This is it. 4 months of action, 7 weeks of regular season, 2 top-level groups, 1 insane playoff run, all leading to this. Hello trainers and welcome to the grand finals of the European League Masters. 8 teams were invited and now only 3 remain. 2 of them have been top of the league all along. 1 of them has fought from the basement lane to be on the precipice of taking it all. Only 2 games remain before we crown our first EUL Masters champions. As always, I'm your host Spadentano, but before we introduce the other amazing talent with us today, watch these insane highlights.
I don't think REG has enough members, though, to try to make a play. 15 seconds remain. Lanias does have the buff. They're trying to make something happen. And Mimikyu able to take them down. It's Lanias in a dream. They don't have any other way to get over. They try to speed boost a little bit with the Dragon Tier. They're able to get it off, Jonathan. I don't know if that was even closely enough. But my, oh my, we're going to have to go to the scoreboard.
Oh my, that was cheeky. That was brilliant. That was enough! This was enough! Whoa! 244 to 5. The 66 mattered at the end.
And an overcap. The Psyduck also scoring. Now 194 to 232. And Teleon scoring on the back line. Is it going to be enough for Supernova to push in here?
This is going to come down real close. 17 seconds left to go. Only 1 member down for the side of Rework Esports Core. That tier 2 is gone. There's still 40 points in this one. Mr. Mime is making a march towards that lane. And as we go through, can the Armorers get 10 in? The Armorers managed to get 20. And the Blaziken got 28 in as well, Husky.
Yeah, Blaziken did get a couple points in. I don't know. That's a tough one. I think I actually don't know who's ahead. We're gonna see it pop up. It's Supernova!
They do burn down Snorlax as well. Liquidation trying to see if it can land, only gets in the way of Cobra. The defenders are on point. It's a blazing bicycle kick, Bridget, and it finds the KO on Pormo.
Oh my gosh, sorry, I kind of screamed when I saw the Cinderace Ego Unite move. I mean, he got the KO, it was worth it. It's not full ego, but maybe a little bit. I understand it, I see it in the vision, I really didn't expect it.
Back on up, a freeze onto the view is huge. Going on into the Hydro Typhoon here, Supernova trying to capitalize. They're going to bring out the Fluffy Cream Supreme as well. That's a huge amount of healing for their team here, but it's going to be enough. They managed to find Teeth. Huge flame screen comes from the flank. Yes, again, an Italian div just cleaned them up one by one. Wow, just how Mama used to make it as they clean up Supernova. It's a triple KO for Talonflame.
To 100. It is going to be one. They need to drop 1 more. At least 1 more. There's a drop. I don't see it. It's on the points here. That's 70. This is it.
Like Reggie Butler-Flores is going to disagree with me. This one's going to get wiped off the board unless Oscar has something to say about it, and he does.
Are you proud of your team? It's all because of Mega Lucario. Do you feel something, Lobo?
I have nothing to comment at this time. I'm just very happy about inning. Very nice secure against the odds, I might say, Nitera.
No. They have a secret sauce, I'm pretty sure, right? Like, you guys have something they just can't exactly share. So maybe let's go a bit deeper. You have a secret sauce. Why is it Mega Lucario? See, this is what I was trying to avoid.
I mean, as long as it's not Gengar, it's fine for me. So, let's go.
Why do you do this to me, bro?
I have fans, I'm telling you. You know, just for you, 6, 7. Woo!
I quit, Shabam. I quit. It's been a pleasure. See you later. Oh my god, welcome in everybody. Look at our amazing talent. What an incredible show we have for you today. I'm going to go around everybody. I'll start to my right. We'll go all the way around back to me. Bridget, welcome in. How are you doing today?
I'm doing good. It's very rainy here, so perfect day to watch some Pokemon Unite finals.
It's going to be very, very hype night, Era. I see you there, bro. I saw the 6-7 reference. Let's put a stop to that right now. Well, how are you doing today, buddy?
It's going to be an amazing one here. We've tracked down the best of the best in EU region here, down to the wire. We're gonna see who comes out on top with the crowd here. So this is gonna be a defining moment for all of us here and EU region.
And Lobo, the only other caster on desk that's literally in the location that I am. How are you doing today, my goat?
I mean, this always makes me so proud to be part of EU, finally. I mean, these teams are incredible. The rework team's so good, but Supernova has crawled their way into the conversation. So thrilled to be here for the very final broadcast of EU World Masters. I'm so excited to be here with all of you as well.
I know, it is a little bit sad. We've been here doing this for so long. Husky, my amazing good buddy, how are you doing today?
I'm doing good, excited to be here. It's a nice 12 p.m. where I am. Very good time for me to be here. Really, like, locked in at noon on a Saturday.
I feel it.
It's going to be such a good day. We've got some amazing games for you. We've got a lot of stuff to be bringing you before we kick on into those games. You're not going to want to miss any of this action chat. I believe we will be meeting Lobo and Husky again in game 1. So thank you so much for being here. We'll say goodbye to you guys and see you very, very shortly. Alrighty, so we will head on into the quick overview. Let's tell you what you are going to be witnessing today, the action that is going to be coming your way. We've got some really good teams, the best teams, 2 of the best teams, and then none other than Bridget's underdog, Supernova, here in this one. How hype is that, Bridget?
You know I love an underdog story, and as we saw even in the caster highlights, it's not an impossible, unsurmountable task for Supernova. Obviously, both of the rework teams have been a little bit more dominant throughout the league, but we're on a fresh patch and anything could happen.
That is true. That's something that we have to consider. This is a brand new patch. When we go through the bans and stuff very shortly, chat, you'll notice some that are going to continue to be banned, and then somewhere, yeah, they're probably going to get taken over by these new Pokemon coming in. Let's get the graphic on screen and show you the head-to-head for the teams, the bracket that we're going to be going through, and how we ended up in this position. Production, if you could do that for me, thank you ever so much. It is, of course, the playoffs. We've been here. This has been going on since like January, bro. It's been an insane amount of time. We had the semi-finals on the 28th of March. Gia managing to defeat Supernova 3-1. Was not an easy 3-0 that they're used to taking. Ended up in the winners finals after Core defeated Phantom Forces 3-0 in their semi-finals. And then it was the most intense matchup we have witnessed yet. Gia still unable to defeat Core. I think they've met up 6 times in this league so far. Still cannot defeat them, as Core beat them to be the first team in Grand Finals. But Supernova were not done. They dispatched Phantom Forces in those lower semi-finals to head into where we are at today. I'm incredibly hyped for it. Looking at these head-to-heads here, Bridget, as you've already mentioned, like with the whole rework, Gear and Core, they've been the teams, but Supernova have proven it's possible to defeat them.
Absolutely. I mean, you can see all of these statistics up on our screen now. Obviously, Core and Gear with those double-digit win records. Pretty impressive, obviously. Cannot discredit them, but even from that bracket, Supernova is able to take some games off them. Even Core and Gear looked like they took it to a game 5 in that semifinals matchup, which is pretty exciting stuff and definitely a lot to look forward to.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, Night Terror, I was having a great conversation actually with Daddy Leon from Volticons, and he was just saying how Supernova have had a meteoric rise recently of flipping things around coming into this league. After the mid-seasonals, they have been dominating. I mean, looking at the head-to-head here versus Gear and Supernova, of course, heavily towards Gear, but I don't think you can ever count out Supernova after this run.
I mean, there is I want to say a sister team that we have saw coming in quite similar in terms of a win rate deficit. I think, Bridget, you're very familiar with this team because it's also one of my favorite teams. Phantom Forces has been shown to, do very similar things with their crazy record of 0-7, somehow beating the strongest team afterwards. And so Supernova here, I mean, with that as a statement, history could repeat itself here today. I would like to see that 1 game win turn to a 2. because Rework Esports gear, I think they've been sitting up on that throne for a little too long here, but that doesn't mean they're a slouch.
Absolutely, it does not, and that's what we are here to find out. These are going to be the most intense games we've had in EUL altogether. This is the head-to-head versus Core and Supernova. Now, Core are the team that have just edged out over Gear. They are the ones that are in the position in that winners final waiting for anybody else coming their way. Looking at the matchup, of course, with the match wins and the game wins on the head-to-head, Supernova did very well in the mid-seasonal, so it's going to be such an interesting one to see if they can just get over the hurdle. That is Gear right now to take on Core in the next one as well. We do obviously want to have a nosy as well at all of the other bands and stuff that come in, but this, Bridget, is the big one. It's Esport Core versus Esport Gear. They still haven't defeated Core after meeting up with them 6 times in this league.
That is an insane consistency, a track record, but I mean, if anyone can do it, they've been right on their tail for literal months at this point. So at some point, the tide has to turn, and how exciting would it be if it was in our finals? No shade, of course, to Gear. They're incredible.
It would be pretty hype. It's one of those where it's just generational games to see here. I mean, we'll have a look at our predictions very shortly, and I think, people are leaning towards Core, but we do want to have a little bit of upsets. But let's have a look at these stats. A humongous shout out to the legend that is Dio Eva, as they've been able to get these stats together for us, so we can have a look at what's getting picked, what's getting banned, especially in full Fearless. That's what we have to remember with the way that these playoff finals have worked. These are the most banned Pokemon. Night Terror, no surprises with at least the very first line of that, right?
I mean, let's bring it back a little bit to the few weeks ago that we had this banned Pokemon come out. It was a line of Mega Pokemon, right? One thing's for sure, Mega Gyarados has been out of this field here, and that is kind of interesting to see, which means even at best he was banned 6 times, not making it to the list here. But I think the shocking thing is that we are now seeing a new change of things. For example, we have Galarian Rapidash back into the field here. Surfetch has been quite overtuned, and we're going to see a resurgence of the fact that Vaporeon has gone down, but Blastoise still remains here. I think those are the core changes here.
That is absolutely right. And it is good to see the tweaks. Like, you can literally see how they've been changing Pokemon Unite. The variety, that's the word I was looking for. The variety is really good to see. It makes me very happy as a caster and a player for this game. These are the top 10 most played Pokemon, Bridget. And I mean, in this region alone, Mew has been a go-to for so many people for so long.
Yeah, I mean, you can see it's the only attacker on this list. It just has so much utility, right? It's good, and it has an answer for basically any type of comp, even if they're trying to play something like a speedster or a brawler. Mew has so much mobility in its kit that it lets it get away, and also has some of the longest range in the game with that Solar Beam ability, the Electro Ball, of course, being able to smite objectives. It's just so useful. I'm not surprised to see it pick or have such a high win rate, specifically. Obviously, pretty good pick rate as well.
What's crazy, Niter, look at the Machamp, bro. 31% pick rate, 71% win rate. That's pretty crazy for a Pokemon.
I mean, if we're gonna go off the stats like this, I mean, it is picked one of the lowest amount of times here. If we're gonna compare the lowest, which would be Snorlax, yes, you are right, it is pretty insane here. But what is the comp that is supporting this is what I want to find out here, because there's so many Pokemon here that I feel like are just so awkwardly placed here. For example, Garchomp, we would not see this in a game in any other region. Or even Glaceon, for example, which should have been an EU, a EU favorite. Not in the list? I think that's insane.
That is very interesting. We've got some extremely good Glaceon players in this league in general. I'm looking at you, Dodo, my legend. Top 5 Pokemon played by role, as we have a nosy at it here. You do see a little bit of Glaceon coming onto the screen, but as if to prove the point you've literally just said, Bridget, the difference between Mew and the next attacker is absolutely insane.
There's just nothing like Mew, and it really hasn't been tampered with very much lately, both like mainly negatively, obviously. I feel like a lot of the other attackers have gotten their nerfs throughout our league. Mewtwo Y. I don't know if Inteleon really has. I feel like he did at some point during all of
Liquidation,
this
right?
saga. Oh, okay. They nerfed Liquidation? I don't know. It's been a long year.
We're only 4 months in.
That's too long. Mew remains steadfast, so some things never change.
That is very true. I mean, no surprises with the all-rounders and defenders, to be honest. That is very much the meta that we are still in. But this is the most important one. Of course, chat, we are still in full Fearless. And now out of full Fearless, these are the Pokemon that we have yet to encounter throughout the entirety of these playoffs. And the one that I'm gonna know is the one that literally just got emergency nerf, is that Azumarill. I expect that to be ticked straight off the list, Nightera.
Well, and that's the crazy thing, because the nerf, I do believe it's Whirlpool, yes? And that is one of the movesets that you've never seen play often, because it's so passive-aggressive in a sense. And somehow it was the one that triumphs everything, because now all you have to do is press the button, walk in, and you benefit so much off it.
You do, and it's still good, let me tell you.
Yeah,
despite the nerf, it's still good. So I would not be surprised. Of course, we were literally just mentioning the patch, Bridget, and looking at some of these, we're going to see these coming out here today. Zorak just got a buff, you know, you're going to have to look at banning that. A9 in a pretty good position now as well, right? So I expect a lot of these are going to get ticked off today.
Yeah, I'm excited with the full Fearless draft format. It allows even more of this silly, goofy picks to come out. And like I mentioned before, brand new patch, which means not only are like the buffed and nerf mons affected, but any of like potential counters or mons that were useful to the previously meta mons not really being as utilized. So excited to see what these teams cook up. Obviously, it wasn't the biggest patch in the world, but I expected to shake it up a bit.
Yeah, Full Fearless is the hype. I mean, we literally had a Game 5 in Full Fearless last time. It was insane, like 56 mons banned or something like that. So we hope for that here today, especially with how hyped these teams are. And as we talk about Fearless Draft Chat, we're going to hand over to some interviews that we've had done with two amazing players in this league to ask them questions about Fearless Draft.
So for the first question, I think in Full Fearless, you always have to keep in mind how strong certain combinations of characters are, which are still open, and how the meta actually shifts during the game. Because if certain characters are banned, other characters, like sometimes speedsters, just get better, which are like not the best right now in the meta. And during the drafting, you have so many decisions to make in Full Fearless, because you don't know which characters are actually open. And the most important thing and the most difficult thing is certainly the character pool. You need to have practice on your characters to have some sort of confidence on them. And you don't know which character you will pick, especially in Game 4, Game 5. Then like, everything can happen. For the next question, I think you should always go with the best characters available, since there's no guarantee that they will still be open after this game, because obviously your opponents also want to take the best characters. But in case there isn't like an obvious broken character, because the meta shifts so hard, and at some point you can lose track what's actually the best thing in the meta which has been created. So you're just picking a character which has good synergy with your team, or your opponents like to pick, or maybe both. So sometimes these kind of picks are also valuable just to lock them out for future games, to like stay ahead and like this in the character pools in general for the future games, so you can win them if it comes down to them. Yeah, I think Full Fearless and Half Fearless, like in ACL, can work in a tournament. With Full Fearless, I think we have a slight problem currently, which is just like the character pools on certain roles, attacker, jungle, and top lane, are really fine with the picks. We have enough of them. But I think tank, maybe a bit support, like getting staffed really hard in later games. If you have like 46 characters banned in a game 5, and we have a bit over 90 characters in the game currently, then it can get a bit scuffed. But if we're getting more characters, I think Full Fearless is definitely a way to go. And in general, I think Full Fearless pushes the players more to improve, to learn new things, to like adapt on the fly. So I think it's a really, really good format.
Using the Full Fearless draft mode, is very different than the current one, because it makes us mostly thinking about like the other games. We cannot just play our games and say, okay, well, let's go for the second, we win or we lose. We have to say, okay, like if we take this, then we cannot take this same thing for the next game, more particularly because at this moment, double tank is very strong and useful, but in Fearless Draft, it's becoming way less good because two tanks are cancelled every game. So yeah, we have to kind of predict the future while doing Fearless Draft instead of the current draft mode. I don't think we have to make a strategy to go very big for the first game. We really have to still take every game one by one. The thing we have to change is our versatility, because if one of us is only playing 2 or 3 Pokemon, then if we go on the game 5, we are gonna be like very disappointed. So this is the only big thing that change. We really have to think about the fact that if I play my 3 biggest pick during the 3 first games, then the 4th and the 5th one will be very harder than the first. So yeah, it's not really changing the fact that we have to play every game to win it. So if we have to pick the most strongest Pokemon every game to win one by one, then we do it.
Huge shout out to Dodo and Iklas giving us their insights into Fearless Draft there. It's really interesting to see that from a pro player's point of view compared to like how we see it as casters and talent here on the desk. So I always love getting to know that kind of stuff behind the scenes, Bridget. It seems like everybody is loving the way that Fearless Draft is currently working in Unite, right?
Yeah, I mean, ACL was pretty exciting. I feel like the community's had some mixed feelings toward the fearlessness of it all, but I think ACL was a good proof in concept that it was pretty fun and exciting, and that was even just the partial fearless mode as opposed to the full fearless or knockout. I don't know, there's a couple names for it. All-star mode, I think that's what it's called in game, maybe. I'm not even sure, but it's a feature within the game now in the custom format, so that's pretty exciting and honestly makes this a whole lot easier for everyone, probably.
Well, I mean, as we talk about it, a huge shout out again to DOEVA here throwing this together. We're seeing the Pokemon that people have been playing because of the fact that it is full fearless. And what that makes you do, Nightera, is of course have that flexibility, right? We see here a mixture of Pokemon from different roles having to be subbed in because of full fearless.
I'm so sorry. I'm just focused on one player in this roster. Do you want to guess which one?
It's coming, bro. It's not going to be Cascade, is it? There's no way it's going to be Cascade, right?
Oh, totally not. Why would it possibly be Cascade? But I do believe that actually the one I was actually looking at was Azalito, because as you can see, its pool, it's a lot of CC Pokemon or Pokemon that provide support in various other ways. And my concern is that there are going to be players who can't play a really large roster. In fact, Azalito's roster is like half of the rest of them for RWC, right? So the question comes down to whether this is going to affect the players later on, and I think this is going to make a very big impact when it comes to Fearless or Knockout. Like, there are just so many names.
Whatever.
There is.
Yes, look, Baru has so much lesser Pokemon to work with here, and it's all tanks, right? So at some point it stops. And what's the plan?
It's true. We have seen that, like, when obviously, as Iklas has just alluded to, when you're playing that double tank, like a lot of teams love to do, like Pep's managing to win in the USC off the back of that kind of play. In full fearless, there's only so many tanks that you can go through before you have to like rotate in these pseudo tanks. And yeah, this is rework gear. And again, you can see one thing I do want to point out is how flexible Ryutari has been on their role here. They have played the top lane, they've played ranged attacker, they've played the central area, and you have to have players like that, Bridget, in full fearless to really capitalize on the Pokemon you get, right?
Yeah, a deep mon pool has always been important since we've entered the pick ban era of competitive Unite, but as we seem to be leaning more and more towards this fearless format, it's just like more important than ever to be able to be flexible and be flexible very quickly. This is where having teammates who can play like the same mon, you have like multiple options, you could like wield Palmot, I don't know, that was the first one I saw. So you can be even more flexible with these draft phases.
I mean, to be fair here, I just want to cut it. This is more like every Pokemon is two Pokemon in a sense, right? We've seen it with the two movesets, or rather 4 movesets you can pick from, even though it's
Not
pairs
everyone
usually.
anymore.
Yeah, not everyone anymore, but at least up to now. At least up to now.
Yeah.
Right? And the thing is that even with the vast variety of it, right, once you pick up Pokemon, you're not going to be able to pick Wild Charge Zeraora against Discharge Zeraora. You can definitely see how this Starzork beats the record now with the least amount of all-rounders, by the way. So as you can see, it definitely comes down to the playstyle and what you want to go for. And sometimes maybe just going all in to win 3 games in a row as fast as you can is the best option, right? Because Starzork gets 3 games, right? And he has to pick his best mod all the time. If he doesn't need to go to 5 games, he should be fine.
Yeah, that's actually a very good point, as well as the fact that, like, now with the way that the game works, you can't pick the different movesets. It's not like if you go for Wild Charge, it's not like you're going to get Discharge later on down the line. So I love Full Fearless. So we'll call it All-Star Draft because, of course, that is what Pokemon are calling it. And it just brings so much more to the game as we have a look at Supernova's pool here as well. Of course, they are also, like, subs that have come in, and you can see that changes the amount of picks that can come out. Sora and Krinsky here with their picks. I like the flexibility of Krinsky's. That it's basically just Crowd Control City, right?
No.
No, there's
It's
no crowd control there.
Crowd Control City, and then there's Mega Lucario. There's everything else, and then Mega Lucario.
Hit a lot of people. What do you mean?
I mean, trust Night Terror to just concentrate on the Lucario. Nothing else matters, just the Lucario.
No, there is one thing that matters. It's on my left side, okay? It matters. This one matters because this one exists.
Okay, fair play. Well, let's have a look at some amazing highlights because production is stepping it up an extra level here, and we can witness some of the hype highlights that we've had throughout the league so far. There's been some that we've really wanted to get on and show you before we get into this. I believe this one here is going to be highlights for Ryotari because they have been incredible on the different flexible Pokemon that they've played. We'll just talk it through here, guys. Bridget, Night Terror, it's pretty hype that we've seen these really good plays in this league.
Yeah, lot of content to choose from. I think specifically the Sylveon engage that we're seeing on the screen that kind of kicks off the dominance of gear in this fight. Specifically able to dodge that huge snipe shot and just kind of keep pushing towards the Skull Zone despite Core's best efforts to try and stop it.
Yeah, I mean, if we can rewind a little bit, you can definitely see how the response from Dodo was very quick, right? Dodo's positioning could have easily been cut off by Psyduck, right? Anytime. Yeah, I don't know if we can actually do something about it, but if you can see on the map here, he's on the top right here. If Dodo was cut off by Psyduck, or if the team just didn't respond fast enough, I think it would have been hectic, to say the least.
It was a good sort of flank that we saw coming in from Ryotari there, like with the Sylveon just trying to really pincer the team, and like that, when you have that synergy, it works a treat. We're going to continue with it here because I believe they do even more insane stuff in the final fight, but just pulling the pressure on up the lane here, it's one of those where you throw that Fairy Frolic and the Inteleon can't do anything. It's just got a Sylveon in the face the whole time. Your team is just looking to break this pad. It's really good pressure knowing that your team are behind you trying to do something.
Hey, that's the 70% win rate right there.
Facts. This is it. Okay, so this is what we're talking about. The way that, just keep an eye on how they dodge the snipe shots here, because I remember this and I was on the edge of my seat, really putting the pressure on. Of course, we talk about this all the time, especially with certain teams. Here it comes, gets hit by that one, right? Just dodges out the way, and look how weak they are. It's coming again. Fairy Frolic. Ain't no way. I'm out of here, bro. That's just so good.
Yeah, dodges that submission grab too. It was like a nice little twofer on that Sylveon Unite move, which is fun to see. I feel like Sylveon, man, once was a monster back on remote days. Man, the little cone. Oh man,
Yeah.
throwback. But cool to see it have some viability even in big 2026.
But I feel the problem here is like if you watch back the replay is dodging the submission was a great play. I feel like you should continue to do that and not walk back into the submission. So it's a little bit of a contradiction here coming from them, but 70% win rate.
As if to prove your point, they're gonna come in here and just do the impossible and secure this objective, bro. So this is a personal response to what you've just said, Naitari, is what they're gonna do. As you see the rip going onto the Groudon, they're trying to stop them with the Blissey here, straight in just before, and that's gonna secure that objective for their team to win the game, mate. Like, that is having someone on a Pokemon where they are so able to just dominate the central area, just run around, do what they want, without you having to put too much pressure, support to them makes a huge difference.
69% win rate. I'm just kidding. But you can definitely see the impact between both the mons here. The rage increase, I think, is a nice quality of life change. We've seen a lot of Pokemon that, I would say have been severely underpowered here, and they've just gotten a nice boost to help them out here. Obviously, like Bridget said, the small little cone from Sylveon days. If you've never seen the tiny cone that Sylveon has, you are privileged to be part of the crowd that got the quality of life change,
I miss it, bro. But here we have Aegislash that they're currently playing, and it was pretty good, pretty fun to see. But now we're going to move on over to Nico playing the Sableye. And bro, I love watching Sableye plays, especially the stuff that Nico pulls out here.
It's just evil stuff, honestly. I am a big fan as well. You can see them, they're fighting with the team, trying to get this Regieleki into this bottom goal zone. Does utilize that Sableye Unite move and just allows the team to pick up those KOs before they're able to return home. I think maybe one of them returned home, but
yeah, I like how you call evil, and then I like it. Like in the same
that's
sentence.
Exactly what Sableye is. It's evil
It
and
is.
I like it.
Lord,
Like just like that,
son.
just like that. And if you can pull back, you can definitely see how they pulled in Sableye into everything else, right? It's only because Sableye entered, they forced the Espeon's Unite move here. Yeah, you know what? Draw the arrow while you're at it. You were halfway there. You can carry on with the arrow, right? Over here, right? And obviously, this might not be the best situation for Beach to enter the fight, because then we drop in the Psychic Solaire, hitting up 3, of which one of them is here, invisible. So he's just like, oh, okay, I guess that works. And so that's just not how things should pan out. Ultimately, it's just really rough for him.
It's just brilliant effort from Nico, to be honest, and I'm looking forward to this one here. Just boom. Chaos Glower. That is an Absol and a Ho-Oh, which are just really needed in those team fights if you want to win it. Sent straight back home before the final objective goes in. And this is just cyberbullying. This is just... Scoring while sending the Talonflame home in their face is just the very definition of evil there, Bridget.
Yeah, just looking them right in their eyes. I mean, it's awesome. It's awesome.
Is this what we call chaotic evil? Is this the alignment chart we had? Thanos neutral. Bridget's chaotic evil. Am I lawful good today? That can't be right.
I don't think you've ever been lawful good.
Yeah, exactly. That can't be right.
All right, so Nico's come from the bottom lane scoring there, comes straight up to the top, hits a great stun here. The beams are going to come through. This is just crazy. This is what you want your Sableye to do. Hits the stun on 2 of them, bro. That is, and they have to get back involved in the fight. It's pulling the attention straight for the Greninja. You just can't have any moment of security. The submission as well, more combos. That's why I love Sableye. You have no safe moments in a game when somebody's playing Sableye. It is a lot of fun, and hopefully we get to see some of that action today, chat. But I hope you enjoyed those highlights. I very much enjoyed them. We're going to bring you some head-to-heads now, because of course a lot of these games come down to your Pokemon, your trainer doing their role well. So here we've got some head-to-heads on the central laners. This is Supernova versus Gia. It's Teeps versus Raitari, and looking at it, it's pretty close, Bridget.
Yeah, honestly, extremely comparable. Both of these players have had a long season to prove themselves, which they've been able to do. Obviously, we have some of Diova's notes at the bottom, just noting that Teeps from Supernova, very flexible, can kind of play strong melees as their specialty, versus Ryotari on rework gear, just being much more stable, consistent, and also kind of enjoys those frontline picks.
You know, I do see a vision, Tano. I see a vision.
Do you?
Yeah. I see Ryotari getting hugged, grabbed close, tight, and then he'll get spin backwards by a Machamp. And that name, do you see the vision? A strong melee option. That's what they were calling. This is the vision.
It is the vision. As long as it's not Blastoise, I don't mind, because I've had enough of that Pokemon. But here we go. This is Dodo versus Ryotari here. And of course, Dodo showed a very aggressive playstyle. That's exactly how Dodo likes to play.
See the vision.
Definitely relying on the dive heavy picks. I mean, you could go for the Machamp, but it's the Mimikyu, Charizard White, and Talonflame, which is so interesting because Dodo has one of the most broken Glaceons in this region. So going up against Ryotari, who of course is used to those really stable picks. But what we will say is that they have had to flex quite a bit into different roles. So this is just as a central lane player, Ryotari. So it is quite interesting to see how that goes, Dodo here versus Teeps. And again, I mean, other than average KOs, which it seems like Dodo has everybody over on, right?
Right.
Fair.
Like 8.21 average KOs, 69k average damage dealt. And only that, but Nitro, of course, damage took, that's the difference, right? It seems lower for Dodo. They're used to going in, doing damage, and getting out without being scathed too much.
Actually, I want to note that as well, because one of the most important things when it comes to playing Machamp is that he's kind of the weaker all-rounders. He doesn't have a lot of HP, he doesn't have a lot of defenses, but he can set you up really well, especially with the Barrage Blow and the Submission, right? Now, if I were to put the Dodo versus Teeps head-to-head, I think Dodo is the one who would be more likely to play Machamp, while Teeps would play Delmice, right? Because it's about weaving in and out of a fight, and Dodo can find these opportunities. That's why he takes so little damage in the fights, but his damage dealt is because he gives his team opportunities for him to also hit Pokemons. So I feel like Dodo is one to look out for when it comes to the Machamp play that we're talking about. That 70% win rate says a lot, and I'm kind of afraid to see him abuse this.
That's exactly what they're going to do. Let's have a look at the top laners then, because that's the other really important role as well in this. And this is Starzerg versus, of course, Nitera's favorite Cascade, who plays plenty of that Lucario action. I mean, looking at the difference, Pokemon pool. So Starzerg, they haven't been able to, play that much different Pokemon. Of course, sometimes they have been subbing in, subbing out, but they keep things simple and effective, right? They rely on their comfort picks like the Machamp. But then on the other side, Cascade can play, give Cascade anything and they're going to play it, Bridget.
Which is crucial in this kind of setting. So we'll be curious to see what kind of top lane mons they're leading towards today.
I believe it's going to be Ryotari doing top lane for the first match that they have today, which is why we're bringing them up here in the top laner section as well. And it continues to be a stable pick, picking up the Blastoise and the Empoleon. Cascade is one that you've got to keep an eye on. This one seems like a really good comparison between the two when Ryotari is playing that top lane. But I think this is the one to keep an eye on, Nitara, as far as head-to-heads go, because both of these are probably considered some of the strongest top laners in this region.
Well, I mean, one thing to say is that a player's individual skill comes from the fact that he's knowledgeable, right? I think knowledge is one of the greatest strengths of any person. Ryotari has been seen in 2 head-to-heads now, and that says a lot, right? Because that means he has experience. He knows when maybe people will be coming in to, enter the lane to get a fight off with 2 players to 1, right? And when you can take fights, your limit tests. This might be the reason why Ryotari is so sought after as a player on both these lanes here. And as we take a look into Starzerg here, yes, 5 Pokemon means you kind of just clean it up here. It's simple, it works. But the versatility that Ryotari has to counterpick you, if he knows Starzerg locked into one of the 5, which shouldn't be hard considering your all purple background, I don't think it's really tough for Ryutari to just say, I'll commit to this, and it's going to pan out really well.
Yeah, I think looking at that, it's the difference between like a sort of carry top lane against like a support top lane in that all-round position. Now, I called for this chat, of course. We've been seeing a lot of action between Dodo and Ickless in those semi-finals. I mean, the way that they were going at each other, Ickless breaking some ankles of Dodo, Dodo getting a little bit of revenge with the speedsters that they were playing. So I wanted to pull this up because I think it's so interesting how the opposite sort of role. Obviously, Dodo's task is to take down Ickless. Ickless has to stay away from Dodo to be able to do the damage for the team. And it was so interesting to see how that has played out here. Ickless stands out as a high-impact player, combining strong damage output with a diverse pool of ranged attackers and mages. And it's so difficult to do that, isn't it, Bridget, when you've got a person like Dodo who is so good on dive-heavy picks coming at you all game.
Yeah, I mean, he has the Dodrio on the card. I mean, that's pretty much the vibe Dodo brings to Thea Sky Ruins, and as someone watching, I enjoy it, but if I was on the map, maybe not so much.
It's an absolute blast. Okay, chat, we are getting ready to kick this one off. I hope you enjoyed all of those highlights, all of the information that we've brought you. It gives you a really detailed look as to how this league has shaped up and how these finals are going to get really interesting. We have an incredible opening ceremony video for you. Have a look at that now, and we'll be back with you very shortly. In this bush as well. Louise is coming to them, and he's a good dive from Albanoa as they look for Gaddy here. Oscar right in the middle of it. That Colin Cloud crash might be the distance here as Knight is able to get away from the Ultra Swole Slam, and they find the KO again onto Oscar as they're able to continue to rip through them. No way, looking to see if they can push down into this bottom lane as well. They find the KO. MTZ are winning this fight one by one as Los Duros are having to retreat. Huge mammoth map is going to come out though, and the not paired with it is going to be massive here for Los Duros. The mammoth falls, MTZ still stands. Ooh, there's a flame sweep there, trying to see if they can find a pick. They don't. Hydro Typhoon is going to get two of them, though. In the middle of it, playing with me onto Alencia, and they're taken out of the fight. The ground-up gets taken by Team In. They found it. Zika goes on in, picks up the huge buff, and Team In were already in the lead here, bro. Los Duros were controlling Thea Sky Ruin, but it's Team In that takes the objective, and they're looking to win with 1:10 on the clock. Here or back on up, a freeze onto the Mew is huge. Going on into the Hydra Typhoon here, Supernova trying to capitalize. They're going to throw out the Fluffy Cream Supreme as well. That's a huge amount of healing for their team here, but is it going to be enough? They managed to find Team. Huge flame sweep comes from the flank. Yes, again, an Italian div just clean them up one by one. Wow, just how Mama used to make it as they clean up Supernova. It's a triple KO for Talonflame. From Pancakes. They don't find anybody just yet. Enhanced Charge Beam is going to be used. There's the electric terrain. Los Duros want to wait for that to expire before they look for that crowd control.
Now the Mammoth Swine is going in. There's the Earthquake there with the double into the Cyber coming out there. Zika has shown great patience there, but we do lose the Serena and the Clefable. Los Duros is now an advantage of 5v3. Mammoth Swine is looking to pick up Oscar Dog, but it's them that gets picked up instead. It's Zika alone against an army, and we get Team In completely aged. Los Duros is now here to slay the ogre.
Objective. We do have a Reggie Rock spawning in, and it looks like they're going to put a lot of attention here without having Lucario in this fight. They don't go back to the home pad. I wouldn't take this anymore. Back on up. They want to commit to this at the moment. Glacial Stage is going to be dropped here as Earthspy Vision as well. There's the Aura Cannon. As they look to come in, they find the fetch Bridget. Phantom Forces are doing it right now. It's a triple KO. They're wiping out Eastbourne here one by one. Livid Outrage ain't going to be enough against the might of Phantom Forces. They take the ace with you on the mic, Bridget. It looks like Phantom Forces are going to win this set against the first rated eSport here.
Surf to push him back onto the pad, but it's a dunk that takes away the bot pad completely for Supernova, while Phantom Forces try their best to see if they can re-engage. They're on top, and they got the knockout, and Telion's down. Riven Room, though, gets rid of Rhydon, and now it's starting to destroy the Phantom Forces. Rule Edge showing him who the true Phantom Force is in this fight, getting so much knockout, so much pressure. Double knockdown for the Rule Edge. Surf back to push him out as they even get a lockdown onto Regidrago the entire time that fight's happening.
Is a steal. This is massive from here, but look at where they're trying to get in. On the side of this crab round, they've got the dive, but they can't find it. X attack is used, and that's huge for Gear to take.
They're driving back away, trying to keep alive as the Cramorant because the entire team is falling, but that is going to be the Mega Charizard right in the middle of it. Bernie gets taken down, double knockout, make it a triple as Cram's gone. It's a quad for Skull. That bot is gone.
They do manage to find the answer with Cobra as well. They've got to take out these ranged attackers, the Phantom Forces, if they want to win this fight. Huge beam is going to come through once more. It's a 2 KO streak for Aaron as they look for more. Dodo finds Mimikyu, and right now Phantom Forces are up against the world. Esport 4 clean them out of this central area. Go for the rip on the Kyogre. Right now it's down to Cobra to be the saving graces for Phantom Forces. Will it work? No, not able to, as they get stunned too late with the Phantom Forest, and Esport 4 are going to lock in that first objective.
I guess the biggest difference between now and then is the fact that there's a little bit more of a consistent rhythm going on. There's quite a few people here that have played together long enough now to kind of build some levels of synergy. We're just kind of picking it up and playing and making it work as we go. The results more recently, going into the playoffs, have been better, is specifically because of the stability kind of brought with me and Krinsky playing with the team. Krinsky being one of the more experienced and one of the better tanks in Europe in general. Me having just a decent amount of experience myself and kind of having a clear kind of way of how I want to play the game and how I feel the game should go, kind of lends to the team quite well, I would say. It kind of pushes the team in directions, maybe not perfect ones, but at the very least in a unified one. At the very least, we're 5 people doing the same thing, and we're just kind of figuring out whatever issues that are coming our way that the opposing team presents for us. Based on results, we've been doing a pretty decent job. Hopefully we can continue this and just keep doing better and better as the tournament goes on, and hopefully we'll just make it to the finals.
To be fair, I don't mind about the results versus score, because we already beat Supernova 3 times, and it wasn't even close, so we're just not gonna lose.
I'm happy to also play against a new roster. I have a lot of friends in this new team, especially Sean, which in my opinion is still top 1 in my heart. And I want to say good luck to both teams, and may the best team wins, and hopefully it will be us.
We struggled a lot until EUIC, and then Riotary joined the team and he helped us a lot, and then we've grown a lot stronger. For the future of the team, I don't really know, because it's probably my last year playing competitive Unite, so I don't really know.
So as a member of Café du Matin, I can't really speak for Pineapple, but as our roster was very strong in the beginning, we were not really improving in the league, and we were like, our team has a lot of difficulties to play together in the end. We did not improve, and we were just about to disband. So playoffs were very hard for us. As we started with a very high level. Other team became much stronger, and we cannot take them anymore. About this EUL, like EUL Masters, is like the opposite. We started maybe not as strong as we are now, and we kept improving every game and every match. That's why we are still confident, And I strongly believe that every player on our roster is one of the best of EUL Masters in each of their own role. Like most of EUL Masters teams are aiming to reach top 8 of UCS for next year, while Rework is aiming to reach Worlds this year at LCQ. Like we have a strong belief that we can reach Worlds this year. If we can't win EUL Masters, then there is no chance that we can reach Worlds. So we have to.
Yes, some player will be leaving after this league. So the current Rework Esport Core roster is changing, but team itself isn't disbanding. Cascade and I will stay and will keep playing with new players. At the same time, Dodo and Aaron will most likely create their own team for the LCQ.
Gear was undefeated in regular season and also won the mid-seasonal tournaments. Our core is the only team who was able to take us down multiple times, but we're coming stronger for the grand finals. We'll take down core, we'll take down Supernova, and Real Gear will be your EUL and Master Champions.
Supernova defeated us in round 4 and in the mid-seasonal, and afterwards we also lost to Gear in round 1 of the losers bracket in mid-seasonal, which were like heartbreaking losses. We wanted to win mid-seasonal and we wanted to go undefeated, but I think we learned from those mistakes and we kept on winning afterwards. So I think we have what it takes to beat Gear or Supernova, and we want to be the EUL Masters champions.
Alright, and welcome back to this. This is going to be one of the first matches we play of today. My name is Nitera, and of course beside me, we're going to be bringing in Lobo to take on Rework Esports Gear versus Supernova. Now Lobo, how are we feeling about this one?
Mate, I'm so unbelievably in awe of everything that's going on right now. Can I just, before we get started, give a huge shout out to the production, because the interviews, the music, the highlights has absolutely been S tier, and it's really set the stage right now, Nitera. We're here at the desk. We're going to go through the draft. We're going to go through absolutely everything before we hand it off to our beautiful, beautiful casters here. But Rework Esport Gear versus Supernova is going to be a tantalizing one, and I'm so excited for it.
Yeah, we had 30 minutes of pre-show about that, and like we had so much content for you. Of course, you want to jump into the main games, and we have so much more to show you from that, because with the All-Star Draft, we're not going to just see one game, because in fact, there's going to be so much adaptation that's going to be coming along. There's going to be so much Pokemon that we're going to be able to see. Lobo, you're going to get your Mimikyu at some point. You're going to get not Mega Lucario at some point, you know? I'll give it to you, you know? Today, it's not a day about being biased. It's a day about seeing the best of the best. So let's bring our best foot forward here, moving into Rework Esports Gear. Going into that here, it is a 6-1 score line for Rework Esports Gear, up to Supernova's 2-5 here. There's a lot to talk about, but why not you take the first team?
Yeah, absolutely. We got Ryotaro, we got Revenge, we got Icarus, we got Beach, and we got Frigo as well. This is a team that has been high performing. They are ready to go, and they want that salty comeback against Rework Esport Core waiting for them. Now, these players are so very strong. We saw all of them throughout the entire highlights. Nitera, their stats, their most picked Pokemon, what they're using for, but we are here in full Fearless All-Star Draft, whatever you want to call it. Once you pick a Pokemon, it cannot be played again. Why don't you take us through Supernova?
Yeah, I mean, it's a banger of a team. Something like a big bang. Alright, I'll stop. You know, moving into that here, we have seen a few picks of the Pokemons, of the teams of Supernova here. We've seen teams in particular and Starzor. Big contrast, right? 5 Pokemons to the roster of almost, I believe, 16. And the thing is, this team is no slouch here. They are still able to go toe-to-toe with some of the best here. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in this match. But it's going to come down to the draft here, especially with All-Star. It might just give them an edge to block out certain Pokemon for the side of Rework Esports Gear and just happen to have a better draft overall. So let's see the first of it, because it's going to be coming down to the Mega Charizard Y, the Machamp, and the Blastoise.
Yeah, look, Mega Charizard Y, very, very strong still, even though those, I mean, those nerfs still making it very, very strong. Machamp's such a problem because it's able to get into that backline with the submission. Blastoise not going to be banned off here, Nitera. They're going to bait us once again, which we know these players love to do. Blissey is an awfully good shout because it's a good healer and it's a good counter to a lot of crowd control that we're seeing in this current meta.
Now, here's the thing. We are not seeing a particular one being banned here, which keeps my hopes up. I'm not gonna say its name, but I'm gonna let it happen, alright? We're not seeing a 6th ban just yet. Mew being one of the strongest pick. Whoa. Calm down, buddy. It's blue, but it's not that blue.
Look, Mew is still one of the most versatile attackers in the game, Machamp, and it is Gimme Darkrai that gets that final ban slot. Very interesting kind of core bans coming out here. I mean, on the side of Rework Esports gear, we really are seeing, you know, some heavy hitters, some supporters, and probably one of the most sought after attackers right now. There's a little bit more crowd control on the side of Supernova's buffs here, Nitera. However, that first pick, Moltres, is absolutely stunning. But, I mean, Iglis here, that range attacker that we know, the Zapdos is open. Could they play it, or are they going to try and counter, defend a pick? Nope. Zapdos is still open, and it's still able to put a lot of damage out on that field.
I mean, fair enough, you want to match Supernova and what they're picking, right? They pick up 2 tanks up. You kind of need to take a little bit of supportive stance to build around Moltres now. And, which I agree, right? Because you want to pick up Moltres, you got to build around him at this point here, which it looks like Supernova is just planning to take down everything else. And to see how they can do that with bulk. With that being said, though, Pokemon in the field here, we have a strong CC Pokemon, arguably the best all-rounder in the game, I feel, in Suicune. And right now, it looks very stable for Supernova, but let's see whether Esports Gear has an answer to that. Rhino comes into the game here, and Greninja.
That's what I really like from the side of Rework Esports Gear. You mean, you're talking about stability, Nitera. Miraidon is a Pokemon that can take that stability right away with you with that enhanced charge beam. Milfoil on that Greninja. Also, it did get a little bit stronger in the current patches, so it's in a very good position right now. Yikes is going to finish this off with a Serena. Really nice balanced team, I want to say, from all involved. No general healer on the side of Supernova because they've got a lot of tank, they've got a lot of self-sustain with the Pawmont and the Serena. A general healer when it comes to Umbreon who can either go for that mean look or that foul play. Now, we got 7 seconds. We're going to throw it back to the casters. On paper, who's taking this one?
Right, and this is going to be how it is. This is the purple team having Rework Esports Gear, Supernova on the orange side. I have my thoughts about it, Lobo, but I do believe we have a trio cast coming right out, backed by popular demand, just not the ones that you were calling for a few weeks ago, but it's going to be a different one, and one that is going to blow your minds. Now, Lobo, let's give them the spotlight to shine.
Yeah, take it back to our casters. Thank you so much. Production, we'll see you guys after the game.
Alrighty, here we go. And I mean, looking at these comps already, guys. I mean, Bridget, Husky, so hyped to have you on the mic with me. We've kind of got ranged attack versus no ranged attack here.
Yeah, I did not know that we were doing a trio cast until just now.
I didn't either.
Actually, I did not. Nobody said that. So good luck out there. But yeah, this is an interesting composition, kind of leaving some different Pokemon up to the next couple of games. So let's get into it.
Yeah, I'm excited, especially to see this Firebird. I'm a little scared of the Kanto birds, but I guess they are here to stay, and I'm excited to see them in a comp setting.
Yeah, so, I mean, looking down in this bottom lane, Snorlax, the Serena, trying to see what they can do versus Ragatari on a Moltres. Just such a strong Pokemon straight out of the gates, Husky.
Yeah, this is already getting off to an interesting start, and something that I definitely want to point out here is we've got this Serena down in the bottom path, traditionally a top path focused Pokemon, but because there's so many all-rounders and 0 attackers on Supernova's side, they have to send somebody down there to act as that attacking Pokemon. So Serena getting very low, hasn't gotten quite to where they want to be at this point, Bridget.
Yeah, definitely not. They are staying alive, and the Pawmo does get the KO helping their cause, and Supernova does have the advantage now with 4 down in this bottom lane now, Tano.
Just feels like Teeps here on this Pawmot. It's such an oppressive factor, and it's going to really assist Supernova to get Yikes up on this Serena. Good aggression coming out from Supernova down here. They've left that poor little Squirtle in the top side, Husky.
The Squirtle's still just a Squirtle right now, but I don't really think Supernova's too concerned about it because their rotations have been on point so far. And this team, having had the run that they've had, any lead at the beginning is going to be helpful for that. But look at this Moltres trying to get to that level 5. Such a powerful Pokemon. The first time I'm seeing it competitively. Oh, Psyduck is getting pretty low. They will finally get taken out, Bridget.
Unlucky. Poor little duck did get a bit of a nerf in these early phases of the game with that confusion, but otherwise that thing is still pretty scary. Just needs a couple more levels to get its big duck moves from here on out. We do have the Regidrago spawning in already and finally getting a bit of attention from both of these central area junglers. Shawno.
So, see if they can get the Drago. Mephil here getting caught down by Teeps with the Supercell Slam. Frigo's trying to see if they can get out of the position, but now they have Yikes set up on the Serena. Supernova have the advantage. They've got the levels. They've got the points at the moment. A little bit too much pressure for eSport Gear at the moment, Husky.
Look at Palmot already at that level 8, getting close to that Unite move. That's exactly where they want to be. 7 minutes, 16 seconds already. Palmot jumping on this Miraidon. This is not exactly a defender Pokemon that you want to have seen, but look at them. Those charge beams coming out. Blastoise now very low. Has to Hydro, Pump, Spin. Is it Water Spout or is it Hydro? I couldn't even tell, but it's going to Rapid Spin out of here.
Yeah, it's gonna get gone regardless. eSport Gear able to clutch up that Regice, and now they are 4-man pushing on this bottom goal zone. Supernova doing a good job keeping them away from it. Blastoise coming in to help as well, but Gear also gonna get the Regieleki up in that top path.
Great effort from Ickless to get that secure, because you really have to stop the pressure that Supernova are bringing you, and that at least does that. It opens up the little bit of space that Gear can take now to get these rotations in, try to push the top lane, knowing that Supernova are not here. These are the moments that can define the game, coming down to those final bits.
Look at the Regieleki now hitting this top goal zone. Suddenly the lead that Supernova's built up in this first half is getting disintegrated here. 2 points left on this goal zone and a nice psychic there. But we have eSport Gear fighting back in the enemy central area, trying to find this Snorlax. Serena now getting into the mix. They do have a Unite move available, but are they going to be able to get it out, Bridget?
There's a lot happening. I'm not a play-by-play caster. This is hard. Serena popping off, though, able to hold on for Supernova, getting them out of that central area. And now they have a big opportunity to get some more ground back that they kind of lost from that topside push.
Ooh, seeing if they can steal any of that is going to be Frigo, but they're not able to. Terrain going down here from Ickless, enhanced charge beam, looking for the KO on the Blastoise, but this is the pressure that this Palmot can bring you. You've got to keep wary of that. Sora gets so weak here, they will be found, and that is a Zips, that full charge spark coming in. Look at the save from Frigo, though. Good hit, trying to disrupt it, and there's one of a Shuriken as well. Gear have well and truly got themselves back in this, Husky.
Can't even see the Palmot as they're jumping in. They're just a flash of lightning going through everybody. But still, eSport Gear showing why they're a 6-1 team, only lost a single set all of the Masters League. And we can see exactly why. They're fighting very well together as a team. What do you think, Bridget?
I mean, Supernova is holding it down, though. Obviously, Rework eSport Gear has got this points lead. They're kind of owning both of these top and bottom objectives pretty handedly, but Supernova holding on. I mean, they've been able to successfully protect that bottom tier 1 goal zone. They're really only behind by 10 points. Blastoise trying to make the difference there, but wasn't quite enough. We do have this top objective spawning in now. Blastoise gonna rip that Unite move right away just to make sure they can back it up and wait for the squad.
That's the terror that Moltres brings to an opposition. You've just got to throw that Unite move to keep yourself on your cute little feet. They do get the secure on the Lecky here, do Gear. So that's a good amount of pressure now pushed on to Supernova. They're going to have to defend that whilst the rest of their all-rounders are just looking for any farm they can.
Yeah, Blastoise ripping that Hydro Typhoon there. I have to believe that it's just because they had it and they didn't anticipate that another fight would happen. But Esport Gear is going to force this fight to happen here. Greninja pops off Water Burst Shuriken now into the back line. Serena's still there. The Sai though is going to be pushing Supernova back. Esport Gear is going to look to take this goal zone. What an overcap! 49 points, the maximum possible.
Yeah, finally that tier 1 falls. Esport Gear finally getting ahead as we only have about a minute left before the final objective of this game number 1. Esport Gear has such a solid control over the map right now, just eating up all of this farm, trying to make sure they can keep this point lead. I mean, look at these levels. There's still 2 level 9s, only 1 level 9 now for Supernova, but the lowest on Esport Gear is 11. I mean, they just have such universal XP, and they've done a great job controlling that.
I think the difference here is that when we get into these team fights, Esport Gear have quite a bit of ranged damage. That enhanced charge beam is making all the difference compared to Supernova that really have to get stuck into the fight, which isn't an easy task, having that Psyduck and Umbreon protecting the front line of Gear. So we've got 25 seconds left right now. They've got all that they need to have the advantage with the levels, with the points. Unite moves raring to go. Supernova, they've got to take this fight here, Husky.
I'm really comfortable right now with my prediction for Rework Esport Gear to win this, but okay. I mean, Supernova's not that far behind. They've got a pretty good setup. They can definitely win a fight, but Rework Esport Gear, this is clearly just their game. They're all over the central area right now. Kyogre has spawned. Supernova is going to be going to have to be the team that makes their first move.
Yeah, we can see these teams poking at one another. Moltres is kind of going in on this tank duo on the side of Supernova, just making them get as far out of this pit as possible. And looks like they're going to try to take this fight up in the top of this pit.
Oh, Hydro Typhoon's going to be used here. Does manage to find 2 of them, though. Not going to be enough with that Moonlight Prance coming through as well. Enhanced Charge Beam is what it's all about. This is what we were calling. Power Nap comes in from Seasons. Does keep Snorlax on their feet, but Ryotari is going hunting here. Endless Ice Spikes is popped as well. And right now, Gear have all the advantage that they were looking for. Too late with Supernova. Double KO for Iklas once again. And now it's just the Kyogre that needs to be pulled. Seasons trying to get in with the heavy slam. Oh, not enough, though, Husky. That's taken by Gear.
Oh, there was still a chance, I thought for a second. You know, those 2 bulky defenders trying to make their way in, but just so much damage from Esport Gear. This game is all Esport Gear, all Moltres, every day, all the time. They're not looking to give it up anytime soon. I think it's safe to say this game is all but over. More points going in for this squad. Moltres not even bothering with their points. They know that they're winning. They just want to build up those damage numbers.
Yeah, that is the true victory, is big damage number. Not big point number, but Esport Gear does have the big point number in their favor this time around. And with those Kyogre shields healing them up, I think, yeah, it is safe to say game 1 going to Esport Gear.
Good effort from Supernova, but again, I think it just came down to the difference in the comps. The biggest thing to remember, though, is it's full Fearless here. That Moltres will no longer be playable throughout the entirety of this, which is crazy. You cannot let somebody get Moltres surely coming out of the gates knowing it's full Fearless.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Supernova is pretty comfortable with the idea that Moltres won't be able to come back in, so there's no point even banning it anymore. It's done. They've gotten this one out of the way. They don't have to deal with it coming back. We've got potentially 4 more games in this set, and we know that this Moltres MVP here with 6 KOs is not going to make it back into that next game.
I think we will be handing it back over to the legends that are Lobo and Nightera to talk us through these stats. Welcome back in, guys.
Thank you so much, Tano. Appreciate you. I mean, we talked about it in the opening when we saw the draft. Nightera Moltres, gonna be a big problem for Supernova to deal with. 84k damage, top damage coming out from Rework Esport Gear.
Right, and I think ultimately it's just a little bit rough overall. I didn't mention what my preferred team was, and I definitely would say that it is going to Rework Esports. The problem was I felt that Serena was kind of the awkward pick here, right? There's so much rage coming from there, and this entire team just felt like, if I can't go in, I'd probably just kind of sit there and take all that damage, right, Lobo? I mean, that's just kind of the problem that happens when you have a range matchup versus a melee matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, we called about it before as well in the draft. Icarus on that Miraidon was going to be that answer for that bulky
like you
front
said.
line that Supernova had, taking only 17k damage as well. I want to ask you a little bit about the Hydro Spin combination coming out from Starzerg. Not really something that we're used to seeing from Blastoise because there's been Surf, Hydro Pump the entire way. The stuns were useful, but not as useful as I think they expected in the face of Icarus and that charge beam.
Yeah, I mean, you would have thought maybe the idea is a little bit like Delmice, right? But instead, Starzerg would go in, use the Surf to pull them out, and then all of a sudden you're like, wait a minute, that don't look right. That's a rapid spin. Are you guys trying to separate them? You know, I thought you guys wanted to clump them together so you can get like multiple CCs of, you know, your one dive does damage to everything. That just didn't feel right.
No, but again, even with that comp at a little bit of a disadvantage, Supernova did manage to push early on in that game, but it wasn't until, you know, Millfield got on board and then they started hitting those spikes that they really started putting that damage in, and you saw the lack of range that was really doing Supernova. And let's see if they can change that up in the next one. Of course, we are in All-Star Draft Nitera, so all 10 of these Pokemon not going to be able to be played next game. Now let's talk about the Pokemon that are going to be able to be played next game. We still have Zapdos. A lot. There's 95 Pokemon total on the Pokemon Unite roster. There's probably more coming as well, but still some very, very big heavy hitters. The Mega Pokemon still available. We've still got Pokemon like Zapdos that are still available. We've still got the really good supporters that are available. We've got Alcremie, we've got Hooper, we've got, you know, the defenders, Trevenant, Mamoswine still able to be played. But again, losing the Umbreon and the Blastoise, two of the most prominent defenders right now, is going to be a big loss alongside that Psyduck.
Right, I 100% agree with you. And I guess one of the biggest issues you are seeing here is that Icarus and Realtari picked up very strong Pokemon in terms of on the range front, right? If we go back to something like Season 1, that'd be like Cinderace and Greninja, and like taking those two out means you're kind of left with Pokemon like Gardevoir, right? And in this category, I guess, you're kind of gonna go with Mew, and you yourself banned Mew, so I don't think it's gonna come out. You banned Charizard, so I don't think most of the Zards are gonna be coming out here, especially not X since you want range, right? And if Real X Gear goes on to follow up with this idea of I want to play range, I want to play range, I want to play range, Supernova is gonna have to kind of adapt their style here to something a little bit more, and I'm just gonna say it could be the one hook.
I mean, the Delmice is also a really good shout here. It is being played in Europe. It is being played as that pseudo defender. So when all these other defenders, if we get to that Game 5 situation, it could be one of those options that we could pick. In terms of range right now, obviously the most viable range attackers, Supernova could just ban them out, like you were saying, and force Icarus onto something else that it might not be as useful at range. But when you still look at it, we have Zapdos, we have Inteleon. Mew can be banned out every single game if you really need to. But the biggest problem right now I think Supernova need to deal with is that range coming from Icarus, because they have such a big move pool, and there are a lot of Pokemon that they can rotate onto.
Right. So I guess when we put everything into a picture frame here, let's see if we can follow up on this by seeing the replays here. As you can see, it's kind of just a montage of, oh, it's Miraidon. I guess he's just going to blast me to the future. You know, to another point in time.
Yeah, look, they tried to go in onto the Moltres here. The Hydro Typhoon was there. Moltres getting out there was a little bit unfortunate. There's the Zip Zap Full Charge Spark, as Tana likes to call it. Pawmot's so hard to keep track of when they are in that moves. But look at Icarus is in almost melee range at this point, Nitera. Just no real pressure being put on to that Miraidon, and they clean up the final bit of that Kyogre fight. The Blastoise could have worked, the Hydro Spin, to really stun everybody up to get that going in, but I still think Surf was probably the better option there, because it allows Blastoise for a little bit more dive, and then you Surf, eject, Hydro Typhoon, then you stop Icarus doing what they needed to do. I don't know, for me, Hydro Spin just isn't working. I don't think it's a moveset with Blastoise in this current spot in the meta.
Okay, the only exception to this, I would say, it's you only pick up Rapid Spin because you want to find a way in with your team. And then you pick out Spout thinking you need a little more CC. Because Rapid Spin does give you damage reduction to an extent. Right? So, okay. I can kind of see it now that I'm like rationalizing the play. I just don't think that it was worth it because you wouldn't have enough CC or harder CC to work with. And you know what, Lobo, you make an absolutely great point there. I'm going to follow up on that. But that means that Rework Esports gear does take a point off them. Supernova is tied down to being 0. And they kind of need to find a way back up in this race. But best of 5. So there's going to be a lot to come.
Yeah, I agree with you. We're going to head into the draft as soon as we can now. We talked about the range versus range, really trying to kind of isolate Ickless here, because that's where a lot of that big damage was coming from. Moltres not going to be able to be played, but we know that they can play a lot of other all-rounders. Now, I'm looking at the dive kind of characters that can come out into this game to really kind of hinder and put some pressure on that backline. Palmer was a really, really good shout here, but trying to get past that front line of that Psyduck is a big, big task that Supernova have to come out, because Ickless is very, very well protected. Any Pokemon right now you think that could be an answer? I mean, I'm looking at Talonflames, I'm looking at Scythers, I'm looking at one of your favorites to take my bias out of it. And a Mega Lucario could really go hard into here, into just diving onto that backline.
Now that's a character arc right there by Lobo, but I want to also talk a little bit more about why Palmot was picked, because that kind of determines the entire composition, which is Palmot is a Pokemon that, you know, does a lot of damage on one hit, right? And so is Urshifu, but why isn't Urshifu picked is very simply because Palmot has the element of jumping out. Similar to Talonflame being able to fly in very fast. Similar to, there's one Pokemon you mentioned, I just slipped off my mind, but you get the idea. And so the question is, are there Scyther? There we go. Are there Pokemon that we can find in this category that looks very similar? And right now, the one that comes to my mind, I feel that could be picked up is actually Charizard. Because he has the burst and he doesn't need to commit going in. It's not a dive Pokemon, don't get me wrong. But if you want to build him a little bit more magey, you also have Seismic Slam, the Unite move to go in later on. You commit your damage, you see whether it works out, and you see the fight's favorable, then you go in.
Yeah, absolutely. But it looks like Mega Charizard is not going to be displayed.
I said Zard. We're going to see.
Yeah, you did say Zard. You did see Zard. There's still 2 other Zards that can be played. So Fetch, Cramorant, Mega Charizard, Y, Machamp, Hooper going to be banned off. So 4 bans very similar to game number 1. The final ban that Ryutari is going to pick is going to set the stage. I wonder if they're looking at a Mew ban here, because otherwise, I mean, yeah, it has to be Mew, because over that, the Mew is, I think, probably one of the most popular Pokemon that you want to pick right now. Hooper is an interesting ban as well, so a supporter being banned off. Now, what is Yikes going to pick first up? This is going to be an interesting first tell, Nitera. I mean, Zapdos is free, and it is a very heavy damage dealer, but it is going to be the Vaporeon. I expected the Vaporeon.
Really? All that you've said, I did not hear indication of that, but sure, I'll give you the win.
I mean, I was talking about damage dealers. Of course, Vaporeon, one of the best supporters and defenders and tanks right now.
Okay, that's fair. You know what? You had some logic to that, but we're gonna see a little bit of a change here. Ryutari going in with Garchomp here, one of the highest pick rate Pokemon for some reason. But then again, the sustain coming in from Ryutari could be the reason why Garchomp is such a strong pick here. Buzzwole, on the other hand, here is one of Star Zerg's stars, you would say. A swole choice, if you ask me, going into this, being able to pull them back here or take extended fights. We talked about Garchomp having sustain, but what if I just took a needle and, you know, suck up all your strength? You know, that's interesting.
I mean, Leech Life, obviously one of the most annoying moves at the moment. I don't think we've seen it played much in competitive. It's usually the opposite, the superpower combination. But I mean, Leech Life to keep yourself sustained is exactly what they want to do. But speaking of a nice big front line, that Mamoswine is so hard to take down. Ickless is going to be very well protected, but Teep's going to answer with the Talonflame, which I like. We know Zapdos can put out big damage, but it's also a very, very squishy Pokemon. I also like Yikes here on the Latios because it damages that front line. It gets those stacks, but this could be a big answer with that Zoroark that got buffs recently, Nitera.
Right, okay, but like, see, this is the kind of team I wanted to see for Supernova in the first game, right? They're trading blow for blow almost, even before the game starts, right? We will call a tank out into the field with Vaporeon, we'll find something that can beat the tank down. In return, we obviously need someone to support each of these Pokemon, so they pick support. Then we have Buzzwole to counteract that. Then they chose Zapdos with a front line here. In return, we respond with an Assassin in Talonflame with their own, I would say, mid-range backline. And of course, in return, they also need Assassin. This is a composition I want to see. This is what I wanted to see in the All-Star draft. And I gotta be honest with you, I think Supernova has this one in the bag.
Yeah, look, it's going to be an interesting one. We'll see how they go. We'll chuck it over back to our incredible casters. We'll see you.
Alrighty, thank you so much, you two legends. Looking at this one, never mind that, we have an adorable cat on Husky Cam right now.
Yeah, he's here.
Get them on the mic.
He'd do it better than me. Meow! That's all he says all game. You know what? Great analysis, Karma. You're doing an amazing job.
Excellent point. I mean, I would love to see Ickless's cat giving those amazing points with your cat giving those amazing points. That's what we're here to see, really, chat. But anyway, Supernova Esport Gear. The thing that I'm looking at here is that both of these comps look very similar, Husky.
Yeah, this is interesting. So we've already got that Latios and Zoroark coming out. Those were some of the Pokemon that we saw were not encountered at all so far in our Fearless Knockout All-Star Draft format, whatever the kids are calling it these days. But what I'm also going to be watching here is this Zapdos and how the Zoroark can set it up. I think that there could be something really strong with that duo. It all depends on who's getting online, Tano.
It's not easy in this bottom lane, especially with Zapdos and Frigo on that swing up, trying to see if they can find the KO on Vaporeon. They get out of there with little HP. Citrus Berries have been used, but it's Zoroark, Talonflame in the lane now, ready to go.
Yeah, they are in the lane, both going down into this bottom path. Not as common, and it is that Night Slash, they're recently buffed, and there will be a trade here. Little Eevee goes down, Zapdos goes down on the other side. I would have to say that Supernova got the better of that exchange, because losing that level 3 Eevee was not that big of a deal. Losing that Zapdos. Now level 4, a little bit stronger, just takes them away from the fight a little bit more. The birds go down to Rework Esport Gear, though, clawing their way back.
Yeah, it's whether they overstay. I thought they were going to for a moment then, but Revenge finally decides they want to go get some extra experience. Teep's trying to do the exact same, whilst up here, it is a mighty battle. It's a rush to level 5 here for Buzzwole. They're ever so closer than Ryotari.
Yeah, look at this little Gibble. Trying to get to that level 5, but this Buzzwole dangerous already at level 5. They've got the Leech Life. I expected superpower for sure, and I think that Rework Esport Gear did too. That Blissey sucked dry there. Not too much they can do about that. Trying to get that level 5 on the Gabite. They will, and here comes the backup.
Oh, Revenge is being an issue for them at the moment. Pushing them in as well is Ryotari, and they do find the KO. Level 7 now on this Zoroark, looking to see if they can find more as Teeps come in, but it's going to be the iframes that saves them for just that moment.
I did not think that Night Slash hit to keep it going, but somehow it did. I am really not sure how these hitboxes work on this moveset. Somehow it misses it there, not able to get the full combo off. Talonflame will also pick up the Blissey. Supernova looking really solid in this early part of the game, despite not having scored a single point yet.
Looking to see if they can get the Drago at least. A good amount of global experience. They seem to be leading in at the moment. The freeze will come through. Esport Gear here trying to see if they can get something off the back of this. It is going to be Buzzwole on to the spawn room here. The Ice Fangs are going to be such a detrimental move in this game though, Husky.
Look at the alchemy. Eject button from Mamoswine. They are sick of this little cream puff. Finally goes down, but the Talonflame also jumps in. So Esport Gear can't really do too much pushing up in this top path. Gonna have to figure out what the rotations look like. It's been very scrappy in this early game so far. I don't think either team has really made a commitment to either one of these paths. Just trying to disposition each other, trying to get some levels going. Garchomp a little bit behind here in terms of where they'd want to be at this point. Here comes the Talon.
Oh, that was such a good Reggie still select there as it gives them a little bit of shielding as well. Frigo's going to be able to back on up. 19 points will go on in. Look at them just trying to see if they can find the KO onto this Alchemy now. It's all about the hits up and the leech drive coming on out. They're going to go down here. Talonflame no longer able to land those flies, and it's all about Zorak coming in to cause the damage. Nightfall Gaze was used. That was unnecessary.
Yeah, this is going to be up to the Ice Fangs taking this Buzzwole out of commission just to give enough time for those bursty style Pokemon to do some damage to this thing, because as soon as it gets that leech life out, we saw it go from a sliver of HP to entirely full HP in less than a second. We do have Zorak now having used a Night Slash, immediately taken down from that smackdown. I think that my point was immediately proven, Tano.
It definitely was, and yikes as well, dropping these Draco Meteors at the moment. There's a Livid Outrage though. What a timing from the Fluffy Creep Supreme, but they weren't able to stay in it. They do find the KO on the Latios at the moment. The freezes will continue to come through. Looking for Starzug is Frigo, but they're trying to see if they can find the KOs onto Blissey. Finally decides to go for the Mammoth. That could be the answer for them, but not with Blissey healing them all day long. And now that's a Garchomp sent down the Flux Zone and straight back to Nurse Joy.
Yeah, Blissey can't heal everything from everyone, but it's doing a great job at positioning exactly where it needs to be. This Buzzwole still really scary. They're going to take that off the map immediately with whatever that Unite move is called. They all have something. This one's Nightfall Days, I'm pretty sure. Zorak's one. There's like Moonfall, Night Style, Star, whatever. Anyway, Zorak, Unite moves, takes them down. Rework Esport gear looking pretty solid.
That they are. We did see the high voltage siege there as well. Just manages to at least allow Ickless to get a little bit of space for themselves, keeping away from that Talonflame. Now they want to go for the Regieleki in this top side. You want to give yourself every advantage you can, and Gira now well in the lead with the points. Also taking it with the levels. They will take this Lecky, and now they want to push that into the T1 pad as we see Frigo going straight for Starzug, and that is the biggest counter. They are not able to do much yet, but there is going to be the leech life that keeps them here. Ultra Swell Slam will land, but Livid Outrage will stop them anyway. KOs come through here, Husky, and Gira locking down this T1 pad. All teams can do is fly away.
There's unbelievable positioning and timing from the Zapdos as well. Ickless laying down that Thunder something, the square one. They're all Thunder or Lightning. Dude, this is what happens when there's new Pokemon that all have the same names for things. Zapdos set it up really well, and it ended up working out for them. Now, Esport Gear pushing their advantage into the enemy central area.
Wow, I mean, the fact that they feel confident to do that is just crazy. They will find the KO onto the side of that Zorak right now, though. They have to stop Garchomp, and luckily Starzug does just that. Having Starzug without Mamoswine to shut them down, and then yikes to drop down these Dracos is huge for Supernova. It works when Mamoswine isn't there.
Yeah, we've got to talk about that Latios and Buzzwole combo. Buzzwole holding them in place, the Draco Meteors raining down from the heavens. It's so much damage at this point. I mean, I feel like a lot of people forget just how much damage this Latios does when it's stacked up with that Eon power. Zorak now moving to the backline. Looks like Esport Gear still has the advantage over the Registeel. Supernova don't really want to go for this. They don't want to risk it at this point in the game.
A big buff for them to have coming into the final Groudon fight, as well as having the levels and points. This is Gia really wanting to keep up the momentum they just built up in game one. And it can be hard to break that, to be honest with you, Husky, especially in a best-of-5 full fearless setting.
Yeah, Zorak trying to get a combo off on that Talonflame. Not quite able to do it. 30 seconds left until that Groudon hits the map. And so much dispositioning. Another big Ice Fang onto this Vaporeon. They will act as the sacrificial pawn for Supernova to get everybody else out of that situation.
Lecky will be taken here as well by Gear. So not only do they get the steal, they get the Lecky pressure put onto Supernova. Not that they're going to be bothered about it. They're going to leave that while they go to the central area, which absolutely is the call. But it means that Hundo Burger will be looking to go on in straight away from Garchomp. Ryotari's not in this fight at the moment. Could be a brief moment that they could go and grab Starzug.
Yeah, but look at this composition. I mean, there's not much rip on Supernova, so I think Esport Gear feels pretty comfortable. What a catch there! Buzzwole already down in this fight, and they're going to look at Alchemy next.
Alchemy gone, that's all the heals gone. Livid Outrage is going to be popped into the Ice Fang. Mammoth Mash comes out as well. That's as clean as you can possibly get from Esport Gear there. They haven't found Teeps just yet, though, as they're looking to see if they can find Revenge. The rip on the ground continues to come through. Teeps is shut down with the Ice Fang. The Nightfall Daze was used as well. Look at where Ayatori is right now, scoring some points in that D2. High Voltage Siege used just to try to lock down Buzzwole. And again, Frigo refuses to allow Supernova in. Esport Gear dominating this fight with a 400-point lead.
Yeah, Buzzwole being devastating all game, and then that's the reason why Buzzwole doesn't scale well until the late game. It's only single target, and then you've got Pokemon like Garchomp with better rip and a better Unite move to really take control of that final fight. We see them going in once again here. Some Draco Meteors are down, but it's no longer enough. Esport Gear is just rolling all over this squad, but can they come back? Zorark goes down here. Alchemy Unite move is popped. Garchomp in the mix. Bliss Assistance also used here. Buzzwole trying to bring it back for Supernova.
The issue is they can't get close enough to Ickless. You find the damage on the big picks of Gear, but then Ickless is just dropping all that damage with no contestment. Teeps here is going to continue to put damage onto the Groudon, but then Ickless just does what Zapdos does best and finds the KO.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you have Talonflame for. You want them to get into that backline with Zapdos, but if you don't have your frontliners dealing with the other team's frontline at the same time, there's no reason to jump into that backline and take down the Zapdos. So I feel like the Talonflame was really shut down in this endgame by virtue of the Buzzwole also being shut down, because what is the Talonflame going to do into such a bulky frontline with Garchomp and the Mammoth and the Blissey also standing there providing a ton of heals. It was just well played by Esport Gear. I mean, I know that Nitera really liked this Supernova draft, but it did not work out for them this time.
Well, I think the thing is, there were moments where Frigo wasn't there. Buzzwole and Yikes, they worked well. But once Mama was there, it was just a shutdown of whatever Supernova tried to build up. We'll bring back the Legends, Lobo. Nitera, give us a talk through of that one.
Man, Lobo, she really did call me out, huh? Husky really called me out that one.
Look, it is what it is. Like, I want to go back to the draft before we take a look at some of this analysis. Zapdos was open. Zapdos was open, and you give Ickless a Zapdos, that's gonna happen. But I mean, all eyes were on Frigo because that Mamoswine was absolutely massive. Like, Starzerk had a really good early game, shutting them down, shutting down the Gibble, shutting down the Gabite. But when you get access to that Ice Fang, I mean, they turned it on. And again, Ickless only taking 20k damage. Teeps was trying. Teeps was trying to get into that backline. But, I mean, Frigo was there every single moment of the game.
Right. And it definitely shows a lot of time here. Maybe the call for Yikes is to pick a Mon with further range away from Buzzwole. And that really makes a lot of sense when you put it into context. But I still really believe, and I'm saying this one to Husky, okay? This one's for you too. I believe in Supernova, alright? Let's not change that. My prediction might be a little wrong today, but it will come out correct, I believe. But that being said, Rework Esports Gear, I mean, can we really talk about anything else other than Beach keeping the entire team alive? Like, what a Beach.
Yeah. I mean, 128k healing Nitera, especially with Sora doing 97k healing as well. The Blissey was just absolutely, I mean, gargantuan in this game, keeping Frigo alive, keeping Ryotari alive. Those Bliss assistants were absolutely brilliant as well. I mean, it just came down as well to just, I think, the comp functioning as the comp is supposed to function. Where the side of Rework Esport Gear, you had Mamoswine in the front line, you had Ickless in the back line, you had the supporter in between both of them as well. And then also, Revenge just doing what Zorark does. And I love the fact that we're seeing the new move that got buffed. I always forget the move. I believe it is, what is it called? It's not Fatal Tank, it's... no, I don't have this, but the fact that this move got buffed alongside Nightfall Daze as well, we could see the iframes, we could see the skill that they came in, the timing to come in and clean up when they needed to was absolutely immense.
You know what? Fine. You know what? Reworks was here. You got 2 for 2. You got lucky that you picked up a mod that just happened to be uber buffed. You know? Fine. Supernova is gonna just come back in the next one. We were gonna see it come back. You know? I can cope, but I'll show you what it's not cope when they win 3-2. You know? That's all I'm saying. But as you can take a look at how this pans out, right? I mean, but the more important thing that we're looking at here is the fact that they were able to play out a lot of fights a lot better. In fact, the Zoroark wasn't exactly, going to the back line. It was kind of just like, I'm gonna just dump my damage all to the front, right? And then you don't have anything to block you, right? Like this, Latias is so close to you anyways.
Yeah.
Latios.
I mean, look, Latios did very well in this game as well to pump on a bunch of damage in that last one. I mean, we're going to look at the player of the game, Ryotari, on that Garchomp, just absolutely immense. Pumping out the Livid Outrage, the Garchomp Unite move at the right times, and just picking up their right picks. They chased down the Latios whenever they had the ability. I mean, dropping the Dracos plus the combination of dropping Draco plus the Leech Life coming from the Boss Wall was effective at certain times, but it left the team fairly immobile, which was then easy for Ryotari and Ickless to come back in and jump on them, so to speak. Again, it was just such a good performance. I want to say a very clean team performance. You did what is expected of your comp I mean, that was almost textbook of what each person's role in that comp was supposed to do.
Hey, yeah, maybe we can look back at the player of the game. You can definitely see how Garchomp only needed to attack 8 times with his weak attack stat of 8. And somehow he totaled up to 108,000 knockouts. That is insane. That's a skill right there, and I gotta give it to you. Production, guys, probably need to change that one. I'm pretty sure it's the other way around. But
well, of course, that stat, regardless, we now have to look into game 3 now. Now, this is match point for the side of Rework Esports Gear. Supernova have what Tano likes to call the hardest thing to do in esports, and that is the reverse sweep. They have to win 3 on the bounce. Now, they haven't made it easy for Gear. They've had moments of brightness. They've had moments of clarity where they have managed to get something there. But I think it's disrupting the core mechanics that are coming from Rework Esports Gear, which they're doing so well. And that seems to be off the back of this backline damage that's coming from Ickless and this frontline tanking and support that's coming from the others all around him as well. We tried with the Talonflame to try and catch that Zapdos. It didn't work. So what else can we do? I mean, first and foremost, I'm very, very surprised that Supernova didn't take the Zapdos for themselves. It went 3rd pick, but they waited until about their 4th pick to pick their range attack.
I mean, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, right? Because that was a Miraidon first. Ranged electric type legendary attacker, right? The second one, Zapdos. Ranged electric type flying ranged attacker. So maybe the third one's the charm here. They'll pick a Pikachu up and this will send them back. Who knows?
That's exactly what I was going to say. There's Pikachu, there's Raichu available.
Raichu, no, that might be better, yes.
I do love me a Raichu pick, but there was also Inteleon available. Mew was banned out for the 2nd game in a row. Neither team really wants to give access to that Mew. So what do Supernova need to do right now here at Nightera? It's all on the line. They have to throw everything at Rework Esports Gear, and they're going to come out of the gates
no.
swinging. Are we going to go for double defender comp to give themselves a little bit more, or are they going to go full dive comp? I mean, they really need to start putting some pressure on these high damage dealers on the side of Rework Esports Gear.
Look, all I'm saying is if you're listening to the stream as you're playing, the answer is not to pick 2 range attackers because they're just gonna all in the dive and then you're all mind game. You're mind controlled by us, right? Don't do that. Just pick a normal comp. What you guys have picked is not wrong. There are just some aspects that could have been changed slightly. For example, again, Latios wasn't wrong. It was just that the range differential just didn't match what they have, right? And so maybe in that case, you want to pick something far ranging first because now 2 Pokemon that could jump the backline very easily is gone. I mean, technically, Darkrai maybe could be a thing, or Mimikyu rather, because they can go back by a lot easier. I don't see Scyther doing it as fast because you're still gonna see the Vision, same with Leafeon. So maybe it's time to pick Chandelure.
Chandelure. Oh, I like that pick. I do like that pick quite a lot. I mean, Tano and I talk about Chandelure quite a lot. It did get buffed. The flamethrower, if you're able to hit that first move, it's a 2-second cooldown. The damage being able to be output is insane. And you're able to give yourself a nice bulky front line, Chandelure can just stay there and just pop damage onto your opponents. Now, let's talk about a few more ranged attackers here. I'm going to throw out Delphox and Decidueye to you. I know.
Okay, Decidueye.
I'm not being crazy. I'm just saying Delphox with Fire Spin has a really good ability to disrupt teams right now. Even if you decide to play Flame Charge, the resets on that are really good. And Decidueye just being able to hit those Spirit Chakras from long range, always very helpful. But both Pokemon, very susceptible to dive.
Yeah. Do you want me to say anything else about that? Like, yeah.
No, I want your thoughts. That's why I threw them out there. Of course, because every time I could put something out there, Naito, you have the uncanny ability to tell me what is wrong with my idea, which is exactly what I want. So I want your honest thoughts on those two Pokemon, whether we see them or not.
I'm gonna be a little extreme on the next how I explain this, but if you kick a child and its bones break, do you really think it's gonna get up? I think the conclusion is foregone, you know? Like, yeah, the Decidueye is gonna get rammed over, right? And if it gets rammed by a truck, it gets rammed by a truck. Like, there's nothing else it can do. In that scenario here, I do believe the problem, again, lies in the fact that there is not a lot of, I would say, assassin options, right? There is one I could call out because it has the uncanny ability to disappear, but it's tied to its Unite move, and I don't know if you know this one, but it's a favorite from Tano here. It's gonna be the Cat Gengar. Maybe we will see it.
I'm sorry, did you say cat?
Okay, look, we can suspend our disbelief just a little bit.
No, I do really like the Gengar pick here. I mean, it's got two very versatile Unite moves. The Phantom Ambush is a great Unite move as well.
I'm glad you remember.
Hex can really just shred down any kind of bulky frontliner. I don't mind the Gengar pick here, but I guess it works very situationally because you probably have to build your comp around keeping it sustained, because sometimes if you're able to break that combination though with Gengar, it's just kind of like a sitting duck.
Right. We're gonna go back to the pick bands. I do believe it's just gonna be the same thing again. It's just a little bit of a jam break, so it should be the same pickups here. But if we're gonna continue on that line of thought, I think the important thing to note is that you're right. Maybe they need a little bit of sustain, but I also kind of don't want to see that, right? Because when you pick an assassin, its job is to happily farm up strong enough so that it can take fights, not be protected to take fights. You know, that's the job of everything else protecting Zapdos or everything else protecting Inteleon in this case, right? So maybe that's what I want to see. I want to see a Gengar, a raw, stray Gengar.
Okay, fair enough. We're going to head into the bans right now. Lapras, Rapidash, and Zeraora, completely new bans for the side of Supernova. We're getting deep into Fearless. Mew is going to be available to be picked, and I'd be surprised if it doesn't go first pick here. Mega Charizard Y,
surely, right?
And Machamp on the side of Rework Esports. Yeah, I think Yikes is going to take it for the side of Supernova. I mean, you really want to hope that it gets picked here, Nitara.
I don't want to hope. I need it to happen because we've seen this mistake twice. Okay, we're done.
I mean, mistakes are not going to be made again, but now with the Mew being picked, that gives Rework Esports Gear a chance to build their core. And oh my
you can't
goodness,
say that.
What a core they have picked.
Ooh!
There we go.
Level. Ooh!
I'm just going to mute my mic. You go ahead.
Woo! Yeah, baby! Mega Lucario Stars, you're my favorite player right now. Supernova is going to win this match, no doubt. Not only do they have a strong backline now that they solved the problem finally after 2 games, they're also picking one of the strongest Pokemon in the game. And I say this with no exaggeration, even though Suicune exists. This all-rounder is the damage all-rounder. Suicune is the all-rounder with the CC. If they pick up a Suicune here, following that with maybe another front line, I can see this working out really well. But
I also like I like what is being hovered over here by the side of Ickless as well. What is a player, usually known for their range attackers, is going to go for the Darkrai. Again, once Lucario gets access to that level 11, it is completely, immune to all kind of resistances inside that power-up punch. Revenge, so good with that secure on Blaziken. I absolutely love this pick coming out from Seasons. If we see a Sing come out from Wigglytuff, because I don't think anyone is going to be playing Rollout in this meta, and for the first time, we are seeing a Meowscarada. Oh my god, it's been an age since I've seen a Meowscarada here at Nitara.
Right, it's gonna be a crazy way for them to go about this, and I kind of like what is panning across. I would like to see something like a Venusaur here, but you know, I think they want a little bit more frontline divey kind of thing. They've got 2 strong tanks here. I thought it was gonna be a backline, but they also have Darkrai, so it's kind of confusing. But they have the Phantom Forest on Trevenant. So as we go through the final preps here, any final words? Because I feel like the team to go for here is honestly Supernova, despite its frailty.
No final words here. We're just going to send it right back to our casters. It's the final game, do or die for Supernova. Guys, this is going to be a fun one to watch. We'll throw it over to you.
Well, I mean, the first thing I'm talking about, okay, so Nightera gets the Mega Lucario. I don't get my Gengar, but Husky, you get your Masquerada, right?
I get my Masquerada.
I knew you'd be hyped for that one. And to be honest, I kind of like the comp that Supernova have gone with here.
Yeah, I mean, of course, I'm super hype about the Masquerada. It's tough to get it online, but I think this is why these fearless drafts or whatever it is are so much fun, because you do get to see Pokemon like this that you don't often see. So it's really going to be about getting this Masquerada online. We haven't talked yet about that last pick from Esports Gear with Ryotari's Sylveon. We saw an entire highlight reel from this character that Ryotari plays, so I'm interested to see it come out here in the flesh, and once again, a great opportunity to pull out some of these picks that you know you're really good at but aren't necessarily the most meta.
Yeah, it's a great one to get in the winning point, right? If they just win this game, they take the entire set and they're in the grand finals. So to be able to have such a strong pick in that moment is brilliant for Gear here. Let's see if it's enough, though, as Teeps here on your purple side will take that central area. Esport Gear on your orange side will send the Torchic in the central area.
Yeah, we're already seeing Sprigatito in there, and this is a really good call for Supernova because this is the only Pokemon, that Masquerada, that takes a while to get online. Everything else on their team is great in that early game. You already see Mew with an early secure here, that Electro Ball doing already a lot of damage into the coaching as well. Wigglytuff also trying to throw some hands here. They will get that early secure for themselves.
That Sing is going to be so important in this game. It's what I expect to come out from Seasons, and
yeah,
it
but
will
what
be
if it's
really
rollout?
good. I mean, if it's my solo queue game, Suzuki, it will be rollout, which, you know, I don't want to see. But anyway, Teeps will come on down here, try to drop the damage, but the difficulty is not easy to find KO on Rebel.
Yeah, and Florigato, I mean, it's pretty strong, but it's really going to need to jump in there and pick up some last hits on KOs to really maximize the amount that it's going to end up doing to get to that level 6 and then level 7 as soon as possible. A lot of this experience with these birds are going to go over to Supernova, so it's looking pretty good for them so far, and we do have the Sing. Unfortunately, no rollout over here. Supernova doing really well in this bottom path, but look at the top path, completely the opposite.
I do like that. I love this from Gear, and they do it so often, knowing that one lane is getting pushed so heavily. They kind of rely on their teammate down here just to do what they can to keep on their feet, whilst they do the opposite, push that top lane, get themselves still in this game. They do now have Trevenant. We see the invade coming out from Ryotari instantly, and that could be the difference between them taking the lead in the early stages.
I mean, why not just send them into the enemy central area? You're seeing the Masquerada spend way too much time in that bottom path. They're going to prioritize the stacking. So everyone just kind of has to panic on Supernova, and that's kind of what differentiates a pretty good team from a really good team. It's a team like Esport Gear will capitalize on an overstay in that bottom path, but here comes the Masquerada trying to jump in. They will get a KO. Crustle next to follow the 5-man push into the top path.
Love it. And what I do love is that people seem to forget how much damage this Masquerada can do. They're so used to not seeing it. Those flower tricks will deal big time, and Staza cleans up off the back of a great Sing from Seasons as well. Here, trying to see if they can defend this. The Hyper Voice will at least have a big cone to affect the scoring. 17 points still left on this pad, though. Looks like Supernova will be able to retreat just about.
The most difficult thing about this Masquerada, like we were talking about, is the early game and its struggle to get online. But look at it, level 8.5, almost that level 9, close to the 7-minute mark. We don't really have anything close to that on Rework Esport Gear. Blaziken likely to go pull that level 9 out, but remember with Blaziken, it doesn't really have a traditional Unite move, so just getting any amount of experience is going to be beneficial. Regieleki now in this top path of Mega Lucario, trying to chip down at it, but Esport Gear has something to say about it.
Yeah, this Lecky could put on a good amount of pressure for Supernova, but they're trying to see if they can defend the bottom lane as well as this top. They might be stretched a little bit too thin. We know that Gear like to play with this in both sides. They're just trying to lure in Supernova up here so that they can get the hits onto them. Down there, though, it's all about what Teeps is trying to do. The picture-in-picture here is crazy. Going for the Reggie Steel. Gear trying to see if they can get this Lecky. A dive in comes in from Lucario, but they can't find it. It was ever so close, Husky. Very Floric will come back on out here, and that's going to put the pressure onto Supernova after they've just got that Reggie Steel as well. It's all coming up eSport Gear.
One of the best secures in the game with that power-up punch, and still the Crustle is the one to get that Regieleki, which goes in, and Rework eSport Gear will be able to capitalize on taking down this goal. Lucario now a little bit too far forward, gonna look for the Dark right here, not gonna happen! Dives underground to avoid the basic attack from the Eldegoss. That's just classically good micro play from eSport Gear.
Okay, so right now, Gear just slightly in the lead, but Supernova are not sitting down for this one. They are finding ways to push back, to find KOs. They haven't quite found the objectives, and that could be the difference maker in this game. But I like what they're doing now. They're going to go allow Starzek to get all that experience, get leveled up alongside Teeps, because they've got to keep on par with the higher levels of eSport Gear.
All of a sudden, both objectives going over to eSport Gear means that Meowscarada no longer the highest level in the game. Blaziken has reached that level 11 in this Pokemon. One of the many fire birds that we have in the game is very, very dangerous. We have a couple Unite moves on either side. We could potentially see a push from eSport Gear here. Great Horn Leech. The Flower Trick will hit them, though. And the Eldegoss, the Pollen Buff, no, it's going to be the Mew boosted basic attack to take them down, and that push is nullified.
Oh, Ickless was looking for yikes there. He's going to be taken down by that Rock Tomb, and they're going to go into the worst nightmare instead. Teeps is going to go out with that I completely forgot the name of it there, Husky, but they do manage to dive on in. Don't get much from it. They do have the Rubble Rouser pulled out from Frigo, and that will keep them on their feet. Big Unite move to pull out there, though, Husky.
At this point, just not enough damage from the Meowscarada right now. Even with the stacked up Flower Tricks, everything is so bulky on eSport Gear that not even the Unite move can take down that double tank composition that Rework eSport Gear has put together. Registeel again in the bottom path. That's the second Registeel of the game. Could we potentially get a third one? But Mew picking up an early KO, trying to take this Registeel down. Who's going to end up getting the secure? It's a Blaziken.
Aura was committed as well, but it is Blaziken that will find it with that overheat. It's too easy, but Gear right now are on the back foot despite getting that objective. Supernova have connected with this Mega Lucario. Very Floric used, though, by Ryatari, and that's the difference between the push from Supernova and then having to retreat. The Seasons is going to fall as well. eSport Gear have found a way to bounce back off the pressure that was coming at them. Teeps trying to see if they can get around and look for the squishes, but it ain't an easy task. With that Coven Cloud Crash, they do push Trevenant up the Flux Zone, but a massive HP pool means they'll be able to at least get around.
Yeah, this Darkrai setting up this Sylveon so well, too. Sylveon overstays a little bit, so a bit of a consolation KO over here for Supernova. Trying to get some more points in. Fraggo's still there. It will be taken down by the Flower Trick. Finally, a goal zone in this bottom path will be taken. And Supernova, who maintain a little bit of a score lead, even though eSport Gear has clawed their way back. Never mind, in the Tier 2 goal zone, it was completely broken by eSport Gear.
What more could you want from this situation? It could be the last game of this set, and they are making it a meaty challenge. Seasons here will keep on their feet with the shields coming on through, but they have been caught up by that Rock Tomb, looking like they may fall down, but it's so hard to take down a Wigglytuff. They're throwing everything they can, but Teeps' damage is coming back for them. Yes, they find Wiggly, but the Trevenant will fall. Frigo throws that up. The Musted Auto will send them back to Nurse Joy.
Blaziken almost got in front of it for a little bit of a block there, but not going to happen. Both the tanks were taken down, but if you're going to lose anybody before the end game fight... Wait, is it Groudon? I couldn't even... I'm not even paying attention. It is, yeah, it's Groudon. If you're going to lose anybody right before Groudon hits the map, it's probably going to be those tanks. They're the lower levels on the team. Their timers aren't going to be as big. Look at this! Steal here from Wigglytuff. Oh my god, just walks up with Sing active, dazzling gleams on it. And the Regieleki is walking toward that Tier 2 goal zone. It's actually a Rayquaza map. I thought it was Kyogre, or Groudon, but it's not. It is Rayquaza.
I forget that we do that on game freeze here, and they do get that lucky in, which means they get 20 points. The Starlight Recital here is going to protect themselves with that Buddy Barrier at least. A lot of damage coming their way, though. Look at the way that Esport Gear are trying to break up what Supernova are doing. They've managed to push Lucario. Starzerg is back down here. Team's trying to see if they can get around as well, but they are looking to go hunting. Cannot find Icarus as they go down, and that's going to be a KO onto the Masquerada. Going out is Figo with that Rubble Rouser. Hits it with the exit, and this is working a treat for them, but Starzerg refuses to fall. Goes on in with a close combat. No longer Mega, though. And the worst nightmare has found the Mew, and now it's Esport Gear with all the advantage. Just Starzerg here.
Beach on this Trevenant, just the Horn Leech after Horn Leech, perfectly timing everything. But can the Wigglytuff do it again? Rayquaza getting pretty low. Rework Esport Gear does need this. Here comes Masquerada, but no, it's the Blaziken. Of course it is the Blaziken with the big overheat. Secure Pokemon on Supernova, falling over and over again. And Esport Gear gonna cap a couple more points. And Tano, I think that just about does it for Supernova.
It does, but what a generational run they have had. They struggled throughout this entire league, Husky, but after the mid-seasonal, they got themselves a brand new squad, and boy, have they put a shift in. They made it all the way to the lower finals here, defeating mighty teams, coming out of their group in a very comfortable second setting, but it was just too much as Esport Gear are going to score more points and take this set with a 3-0 victory to get to the grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, generational run from Supernova, but at the end of the day, you have to run into a team like Rework Esport Gear, pulling out the Sylveon in our Fearless Draft format and taking it 3-0. I mean, I'm sad to see the Masquerada lose. I'm sure Nitera is sad to see the Mega Lucario lose there. It was a well-fought game from Supernova, but the Titans of Rework Esport Gear are going to be your team heading to the grand finals.
That's brilliant. Let's bring back Lobo and Nitera to talk us through that one.
I mean, it's okay. It's okay, Nitera. It's okay.
Oh, so same bestie. Same bestie, Husky. We both deserve that win.
An absolutely insane comp coming out from the side of Supernova, and they did so well. 71k, 60k from Starzerg. A really good performance. Seasons with some beautiful Sing action that really put the pressure on to Rework Esport Gear. Called it out. That beautiful, the Regieleki steal that was coming through at the very end, which stopped it walking into home as well. But again, Rework Esport Gear, Husky pointed it out, the Sylveon, Ryotari Sylveon is nothing to be trifled with and really set them up to come back into that game like that.
I mean, they really had a team that worked out, right? First of all, I mean, when Rework Esports Gears were going in, they really had to face the music here with Ghatlue Sing here. Then they had to go through Masquerada's floral garden, right? They got to wake up and smell the flowers, and somehow they still took the punches chin up. And I just cannot tell you how much that was not a cotton buff for them.
It was a very fun game to watch. Early game really going to Supernova. I mean, like getting that Masquerada online was very key. Going into the lane where you really deny the damage, and you deny Darkrai really getting online in those early sets. But Icarus is someone that is not going to be denied. 82k damage and revenge on that Blaziken. Tano pointed it out in the cast. Something that Rework Esport Gear is really good at doing is when they're getting pressured in one lane, they decide, let's leave one person there, that's fine, we'll take the L down there for now, and we will go pressure the other side of the map and make sure that we're staying on level until we're able to get ourselves a strong foothold. And I think they accomplish that to perfection, Nitera.
Right, and that's kind of how it really panned out for them. Not only did they have a wide selection of moves to use, the range themselves were very favorable for them. I mean, Sylveon being one of the bigger ranges here. I mean, look at that overheat. That's insanely big here. They do take it out here. They were so packed as a team going in with Supernova. But when you look at it from a team-to-team perspective, then it becomes really hard. See, winning fights as a team. But have we seen the result anywhere else than, of course, at every other objective when it's a 5v5 scenario?
No, and look, they did do very well to win these fights. Blaziken was the true MVP here. We call it the God of Secure for a reason. It is just so good at securing. Even with those nerfs to overheat, it doesn't get that unstoppable. Here is where this requires a fight. Tana mentioned it in the play-by-play that they were trying to split up Supernova because when they stick together as a ball, as a core, if you will, they were very, very hard to break down. Lucario staying alive for as long as they possibly could. That close combat was really doing numbers, but Trevenant as well, Beach able to just heal themselves back up to full, and this is what it comes down to, an overheat secure for the Rayquaza victory, and that is gonna be a very, very impressive 3-0, and there is your player of the tournament. Player of the game. Tournament's not over yet. Nitera, Eclipse doing wonders.
Well, I mean, you can definitely see how Ickless is definitely MVP here, going even lower than Garchomp just now with only 6 damage and massing a total of 82,000 knockouts in that 6 damage. A stellar performance all the same, with just a meager like 244 score. I mean, that doesn't matter when you're getting so much knockouts. But that being said though, Rework Esports gear, you know, kind of threw a wrench into their gears here and locked them out of this game once again, as Supernova unfortunately takes a bow out of this one, and it's just gonna be a rough start for them. But they've got some amazing bots with some of the most amazing casters I've seen here in one of the most amazing shows. And so if I were Supernova, I think this is still a pretty good run. I've got a pretty good showing.
A very impressive tail end to their season. They had a new roster, they brought it back, and now they're sitting here at the in the losers finals of the EUL Masters. They have absolutely nothing to hang their heads up. But what is coming up next? Gear have earned themselves the salty run back against their sister team, Rework Esport Core. But before we get to that, we're going to take ourselves a little break because the action is just too hot to handle over here. So guys, grab yourself a drink, grab yourself a snack. I guarantee you we will be right back. You definitely don't want to miss the action we have coming up for you.
Hello everyone and welcome back to one of the most amazing productions we have of the most amazing series we have in EU region, the EUL Masters League. Now, Husky, we had some amazing games just now, right? We saw what might be the crowning, or at least the step up to being crowned for the EUL Masters here. Now, how are we feeling on the desk here?
Yeah, I'm ready to desk it for this grand finals. It's going to be really exciting. I mean, I think most of us predicted that Rework Esport gear would come out of that set on top. It was 3-0, but I feel like if you were here watching with us, it was definitely not a sweep. It was definitely not an easy run for Rework Esport gear to get here. Just goes to show how strong this team really is. Let's take a look at their opponents. The head-to-head of these two squads, both Rework Esports. Here they are.
And I really think that as we go into the final game here, I have a good feeling that Rework might win.
Yeah, that's true. You know, I've been thinking about that, and I have to agree with you here.
Yeah, I mean, you know me so well, Husky. You know me so well. But
yeah,
as we
we're just on the same wavelength here. Like, we're just like locked in one brain cell. Let's look at Rework Esport Core. This squad, take it away, Nitera.
Yeah, Rework Esport Core, we've seen them come around a lot here, and they're gonna start off with the roster of Cascade, Dodo, Aaron, Azalitu, and Baru here. And this is going to be quite a strong team, having so many accolades to their name. I really don't think I need to shout them out any further than they have. It's a lot of EUL and UCS type of accolades. But on the other side here, I think you should take this one, which is Rework Esports gear.
Rework Esport gear, the team we just watched. There is one substitution here. Ikelas had to leave, so Pool is subbing in, and I don't even know if I pronounced that right because Shiv directed us earlier on the pronunciations, and I can't even remember some of them. But let's look at this squad. Ryotari, Revenge, Pool, Beach, and Frygo. This squad, I mean, absolutely earned their way up into this top spot, fighting their sister team, Rework Esport Core. I mean, it's Team Gear or Team Core. Who you got?
Well, I mean, one of them could throw a wrench into things, you know, lock out a gear out of the game here, you know, cog in the machine, if you will. Or, you know, maybe they'll just break down the core strategy and all will be said and done. It's got to be one or the other here, and ultimately, it comes down to how much you know the other team. Because at its fundamental level in any game, when you know the game in and out, it's not about the strategy, it's about whether you know the opponents here. And I think these two teams are going to make a great show moving into this. It is going to be potentially the last match of today here. If and maybe a possibility here, we might see a bracket reset here. Husky, it's going to be another set of games here that we're going to have to go out and duke it up.
Yeah, but we're not going to talk about that just yet. We're going to throw it for a couple minutes to our video. Let's take a look at some of these interviews.
Never in the history of Pokemon Unite we had full Fearless in a Game 5.
Ripped down by Starzerg. We do see Becky trying to see if they can get close enough. Drops the thunder down to it, but a limit outrage. That was overkill if we've ever seen it.
Point on the side of Supernova where it is getting dangerous. And here is that Leafeon we were just talking about. Team in the back of an Emerald 2-step absolutely destroys Phantom Force's zone. The Yang actually get the damage to stick. It's been so difficult as they've been pushed back, and Baru trying to make sure they can get it. But there goes Mr. Mime and Dancer though. Here's Blinken. That fire chicken's on fire as he finds a double knockout. The back away, trying to keep alive as the Cramorant because the entire team is falling. But that is going to be the big charge right in the middle of it. Trying to get taken down. Double knockout, making it triple. As Cram's gone in. Why for Skull?
The opportunity though, bro. 30 seconds left. They are needing more than a hundo burger here. Massive fairy singularity though. Huge amount of damage. Can they find the Glacial though? Because look at the rip alive in this with his final. It's not going to be enough. I don't think the hundo burger landed in actually. We might be not there.
I'm not concerned. I know my team.
Insane.
You are diving so deep into your Pokemon move pool right now. April 18th
is gonna be massive.
Phantom forces to get on this hard burden anger, but the beam wasn't there to back it up. Good submission coming on in, but looks like it may be more. Barrage blow is going to connect onto the
retake of this fight is just as intense as the first one. But Cascade with the player miss gets the team wipe.
Oh, no, rekindling flame. Oh, now with a return, they got a lot of damage. There it is, double knockout with the Dragon Bolt. Who's the movie? Where? So it's
oh my god!
And there you have it. The tourney's conclusion. Right before your eyes here, Husky. We're at the forefront of history making, so to speak. Where legends are.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna
It
rework
has all
the
led
story.
up to this.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Everything comes down to at least the start of these first few steps, which is the ban phase. We see the lockouts to Mew, something that we talked about just now. We see the 2 ducks out of the game, and now we're gonna see the. Sure, we had to pull on one more the switcheroo on me, right? Mega Charizard, why kicks the field?
Dude, that video, first of all, that video, so sick. That was insane. And I feel like official production needs to take some notes from today because they are kind of bad and this is kind of good. So,
assuming they could
going back to our draft here, I mean, what do I have to lose? Honestly. Yeah. We've got Mega Charizard Y. What do you expect, honestly, this thing? But look at this, already an interesting pick. We've got the Anchor over on the other side, picking up the Snorlax bulky frontline, as well as that Delmise.
Really enjoying the pickups right now here. Delmise being one of my favorite Pokemon. We might see the
oh, there it is.
Double! You know, if I had a nickel for every time my favorite Pokemon was picked in a game, I had 2 in this match, which isn't a lot, but it's still something.
Yeah, I mean, the Mega Lucario is still a very strong pick because it also has the potential to rip objectives. I know that that specific aspect of his kit was nerfed a little bit, but it's still so strong, hence why we keep seeing it come up. Let's look at the other side now. We've got the Eldegoss, another popular pick, especially in this Fearless Draft format, because this support is so strong, but it's also versatile enough where you can feel comfortable picking it out in this first game, as well as the Zapdos. One of those legendary birds is banned out. The other one is picked up here by Esport Gear.
A lot of things.
There. Did you like that?
I really did. I mean, if I had to be the pun guy, I guess you'll be the rhyme girl, right?
I'm the pun girl.
Yeah, the pun.
The pun cat girl. That's what they call me. It was my nickname in high school.
Is that for real?
No.
Okay, I was just trying my luck there. But if we look at the composition now, I think this is a really solid comp, right? A nice tank on Rework Esports core, a nice mid-range going in with Zard, and then you have a backlight. And of course, Mega Lucario just there to give a little bit of support with a little bit of assistance with Astelino. The other side, same concept here, a little bit more traditional. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we've got one green background, one orange background for both sides, one red background, and 2 purples. Almost the way that Arceus intended, but you just can't throw speedsters in just yet. I think that's been a pretty common thing with a lot of these teams. But let's throw it back to our casters for Game 1 of the Grand Finals. Lobo, Tano, take it away.
Oh yeah, Lobo, this is it, matey. It's the Grand Finals. It's the Rework Run Back Gear, desperate to finally defeat Core.
Oh, absolutely, my guy. But Core is in such good form. And right now, their draft pick, I mean, 2 Megas, a Blastoise, and an Inteleon. I always put you in the hot seat and try to make you pick who's going to take this on paper. Do I really need to ask you this time around? But Ryutari has got access to a Zapdos, and Pelé has got a Delmise. That one hook could drag everybody out of position. So I'm so excited to see this one. We're about to get right into this. This is our grand final best of 5s all-star draft. We're going to start with Mega Charizard Y and Dragonite taking those central lanes.
It all came down to this. This has been 4 months in the making, bro. Zapdos in this bottom lane pretty strong. Of course, there's going to be a central invade coming in from Gear out of the gates. They really want to bring the pressure to Core.
I mean, I love the fact that they've let them have 2 Mega Evolutions right now, Tano, and they can't do anything else but put on the pressure in the early game. I mean, It is going to be hard for Charmander. I mean, you've got a Snorlax, probably one of the best secures early game with that tackle, but they've also got Beach there that's supported to help them out. Zapdos can hold a lane by itself, as can a Delmise.
Yeah, the difficulty is when you get limited so much. They do manage to find a good buff here onto the side of Blissey, getting that power spike coming through, trying to really just hold them there to allow Lucario to get back is good protection from Azalito. Both teams, though, the flexibility we're getting in both of these lanes is working a treat for them.
Yeah, absolutely. We are seeing the shields come into play from this Delmise's Polay, but we've also got this Dragonair online. All of those farm is going to go evenly. No, I said evenly. It was actually going to go to the side of Gear. We've got an Eldegoss with a blue buff as well. It's going to enhance those boosted autos, and they take a nice lead early on. Gear are not going to let Core breathe. They've already gone through a best of 3 Tano. They look warmed up and ready to go.
That could be the difference, mate, as Azalito looks like they are going to go down here. Look at the dash coming out, though, from that Charmander. Dodo's going to go straight into the opposite central area to try and take it, but they're ready for it. Frigo is already there. Eldegoss coming back. Gear are so fed up of losing to Core that they are bringing it to the metal instantly in this game.
No, I agree with you, and this is exactly the way they have to go. They have the losing record against Core right now, so they're sick of it. Not only are they sick of losing, they're sick of this record. Zapdos gonna get a nice pick on Wartortle, who has evolved. Regidrago has appeared on the field as well, Tano, but no one's showing any love to it right now. Gear just focused on keeping their lead, and they're gonna do brilliantly with a 30 dunk from Zapdos.
We have seen the way that Core likes to play is score early and score plenty. Gear is stopping that here so far. Regidrago looks like it will go to the side of Core, trying to get it was the Drizzle, but not able to get close enough. And now they rotate instantly into this top side, bringing the pressure, trying to defend this pad. Looks like Dodo tries to escape. Massive heavy slam will stop that from happening. Cascade trying to take down Beach here, but the Pollen Puff will get them back into the fight. And Revenge is going for exactly that. Hyper Beam onto the Blissey, leaves Cascade stuck without a Cree ear, and they're going to have to back up the Flux Zone.
Beautiful play by Revenge there. I mean, just letting their supporter and their tank deal with the Lucario. They decided to attack the support. You take the Blissey out, Lucario, Cascade has a less survivability. Delmi's going to come into the top lane as well. Reggie Roulette on the board right now. Tano, let's see what each one of these teams is drawn. Delmi's decided to go with the Whirlpool moveset. Regilecki already half health, and that's going to go to Gear.
Will they push it? Looks like that's what they want to do. They have just got the Lucario to defend against. Bottom lane is currently being pushed by eSport Core. They do have that Zapdos. That will go in, so they're going to just break that, despite the 7 being able to go in as well. Opens up the experience there for Core in the top side. Gear down here. They're going to go on the retreat now.
Bubbles 7 has decided to join the fray. It is going to be Liquidation coming out from the Intellion, which I do like. It deals with that bulky front line, but put consistent damage over time. Hookin trying to get their way is Delphox into the Whirlpool, bringing everybody in. Zapdos is going to put the damage on as well. They're chasing down the Charizard, but the high voltage siege does open up the pad for the side of Rework Esports Gear. The Liquidation does take down Zapdos, sends them back to Nurse Joy, but Blastoise, it got the nerves. It does not matter. Beru waiting for that Hydro Typhoon, and in the meantime, Oracan are going to be popped to give Core a little bit of breathing room.
Trying to go after Frigo here, but the healing comes through. They're going to go back to their home pad. Cascade accepts their fate and is going to see if they can go get this top lane farm. Gear have been very on point here so far, Lobo, knowing the way that Core likes to play going up against them so much. They've rotated around them really well.
Yeah, brilliant move by Ravage as well to use the Dragonite Unite move alongside a Hyper Beam assisted by Frigo. Takes down Lucario as it comes out of that Mega Form. 50 to 144 is a good lead to have at the halfway point. Blastoise is online with the Surf's got access to that Hydro Typhoon. Immense block coming outside from Frigo as well to push them all back, but this Zapdos damage is huge.
Being able to hold down here without that many Pokemon is the game changer for Gear. This pad is still up. They are in the lead by nearly 100 points, and they've allowed Revenge to go wherever they want on Thea Sky Ruin. So they have really capitalized on having the synergy in the bottom lane to allow your all-rounder to go dominate that top side. Objective spawning in up there, Lobo. Down here, we're going to have that Reggie trio. Liquidation will connect on Beach, but it ain't going to do enough just yet.
Top side, Dragonite's going to try and out-secure a Lucario, a Mega Lucario at that big surf coming in from the side of Beru. Dragonite does secure the Regieleki in the top side as well. They push them all the way back. Blissey is going to get jumped on and sent back to Nurse Joy. Close, but no cigar for these teams. There is Liquidation. The Azure Spy Vision is going to be popped up, and Zapdos trying to put the damage on, but the Azure Spy Vision alongside the Seismic Slam. Mega Charizard is on the play as well. Hydro Typhoon was popped by Blastoise as well. Nice distraction coming in from Snorlax to really delay them for just a little while for Rework Esports Gear to get back to their pad. That Mega has run out on the Charizard, and they just have to back up now. No point change at all between that interaction.
That's massive because they grab that top objective. Revenge is able to do so and put some into the central area as well. And Gear still do not lose any points on that pad. Bliss assistance will come through. Anchor shot. Their Seaweed Snare, in fact, is going to connect onto the Inteleon. Isn't able to do anything with it, though, as Alito will finally fall. Hyper Beam connects, and Esport Gear looking to take control of this team fight. Aaron sends everything to take down the Dragonite, and it's Zapdos that gets the better of it as Ryotari looks to see if they can rotate into the top side of Jet Button. Has to be popped. Not able to find the KO is Cascade, who is sent running with a tail between their legs.
Cascade did brilliantly there. I mean, Aaron tried to get aggressive on that one, tried to take down the Dragonite, which has been such a problem for Rework Esports Core to deal with. Even such high movement does it have with that quick Unite timer. But here we go. Oracan's going to come out. Delmice, we're going to be the first one to fall. Now we have the Zapdos. It's going to go down to the Seismic Slam. And once again, Rework Esports Core are using all of their Unite moves to try and get some points on the board, break this tier 1. It's going to be a 20 overcap, but look at what Gear are doing in the bottom lane. Tano, they're getting their own 50 back in. Charizard gets a 30 and comes out of the Mega, but he's got a Blastoise there to help him retreat. Reggie is on the board. Top lane, Regieleki once again. Core are nicely dispositioned. Speaking of disposition, Dodo so far out of shot, but finally goes down.
I mean, it takes a lot to take them down, but they are going to be back before we say hello to this first final objective. Lecky has been taken as well. Kyogre waiting to spawn on in. That can be defended currently by Pool, but down here, there's an objective, bro. It's a Registeel. That's going to be massive for Esport Gear.
I mean, Registeel going in. They've got, I mean, a good minute and 15 seconds. They're going to let that Regieleki walk into top lane. 8 seconds until the first objective of the game is going to appear. This is game 1, Tano, and so far, if this is the way it's going to go, it's going to be a crazy one. Kyogre is here. The game isn't over, and they've just decided to go for the rip.
Go for the rip is absolutely insane with the secure coming in from Esport Core. They've got the Azure Spy Vision coming out as well. Hydro Typhoon was used. Bliss Assistance goes on in, but it's going to be the Hydro Pump coming out from Beru that locks it in for Esport Gear. Goals are down, but they don't have the points just yet. They will push onto this T1, take the lead, and as if they were got crawling from the floors of defeat, Robo, they're going to score these points and have a huge lead.
Oh, I don't know if the rip was the right idea to try and secure that. They had the Dragonite there, but they had the disposition for Blastoise coming in. They haven't scored into Rework Esports Gear's core, however, Tano, and we still have a minute 17 on the clock. We have a Dragonite Unite and no Unites on the side of Rework Esports Core. It is a 261 point game. My guy, that's 300 burgers. You take down 3 members of Rework Esports Core and you dunk those points, you are back in this. Patience is the name of the game. They are not going to get that Hydro Typhoon back. They're not going to get that Seismic Slam back instantly. So this push has to be immense. But look at Blissey in the top lane. They're going to need more than 300.
Bro, we talk about Bubble 07. Azalita's the one on the spy mission right now, bro. And look, Lucario going as well. Cascade to provide the assistance. This could be the difference. You're trying to see if you can hold this T2 pad. There's a Seismic Slam, Azure Spy Vision committed instantly. Colin Cloud Crash could be the difference, though. Scores are going to go on in. There's Hundo Burger in the home pad. Gear are behind even more so now, and they don't have the change on the field to break the Hundo Burger curse right now, bro. 15 seconds left. Gear are going to fall in this first game, despite demanding respect throughout the entirety of it.
Oh, they asked for respect, they got it, but in the end, Rework Esports Core said, we'll give you the respect, but we're gonna take our own. We saw the high voltage siege come onto that tier 2, Tano, and it was open. It was available for them to go through and score, but the defense was so good, and they defended that with 3 members. Let me remind you, Blissey wasn't there, Lucario wasn't there, guys at the Terra Husky, what an incredible way to start off our grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, this was a beautiful set to begin us off with. First of all, finally got my Mega Lucario win. Really sad I didn't get to see the Dynamite. But Husky, I think the important thing to note is as well, they did fell the mighty Zapdos.
Yeah, I know. They lost the Zapdos. I mean, to be fair, this is an attacker Pokemon that is really squishy. So if you do catch it, it's gonna fall down. It doesn't really have mobility, but it does do a lot of damage. I mean, we're seeing 77,000 damage. We're also seeing this 84,000 damage Dragonite. Like, they were putting up some numbers, and it still wasn't enough.
Right, I mean, it's no Humpty Dumpty, but the results sure, well, fell the same way, let's put it that way. Moving into that though, let's take a look at actually on the defense side of things, because I wouldn't say Dodo was going out scot-free, taking a 60k damage, which about average here on the side of Rio Express Core. It's about 45k average, right? On the gear side of things, they were pretty much dedicating people to take damage through. Maybe the idea is to just share the damage around, share the love.
Yeah, just share the damage around. I mean, you'd expect it with a Mega Charizard Y, but clearly this thing is still absolutely ridiculous. 2 Mega Pokemon is more than 0 Mega Pokemon, so kind of means a win, I guess, in this situation. Interestingly enough, the Inteleon didn't put in a ton of damage numbers compared to the Zapdos, but I still think this Inteleon performed well. I mean, we're seeing in terms of the damage taken, it did not take a lot of damage, so it really wasn't being touched as opposed to the Zapdos. But let's take a look at some of these replays. We saw some of these early game. This Esport Gear squad seems to be doing really well until about this point here, where you see just the pop-offs from Esport Core.
Yeah, I mean, they made a really big mistake getting rid of Lucario early on, hindering them. Well, the rage got to them. That's all I can say.
Yeah, exactly. Sorry, I took a sip of my water. I didn't
no,
expect to get back to me. No, it's okay. I'm good. But now, let's look at this Kyogre fight again. We have this Cotton Cloud Crash. I really thought that at this point, Esport Core or Esport Gear might have had it, but look how low Kyogre is. Everybody just throwing everything on it, and it ends up being that Blastoise. The thing that's not supposed to be the secure Pokemon on that side is what ends up getting it. And then Esport Gear tries to go for this push. Look at this. The Blissey knocked up multiple times. But let's go back. Let's take it back.
Let's take it back.
Slow it down.
Right. The important thing is, as it was being taken here, is actually take a look at where each player was, positional-wise, right? I'll slowly go in for you, but just before it's taken up. Alright, just around here, let's take a pause. Right? So you can see how this group of people are kind of together, right? They're going to sync up. Right, the rest of the team is going to be at the bottom side here later on as we advance to the games here, and you can definitely see how they're very disjointed. Whereas I want you to take a look at Orange, right? Who are they collapsing on? Where are they collapsing on? They're kind of just hitting Cascade, which is your Mega Lucario, and of course, well, every other tank in the game is here, right? You see,
look at
here.
Snorlax.
Yeah. So that's the thing, right?
No, for Snorlax is
to lock them out.
They're,
right.
Yeah. They're doing a really good job of that too. And then you've got the other 4 members all in there. But I think one thing that we haven't quite considered yet is this Bliss assistance. You can see it coming onto this Blastoise right as they're going in on Revenge.
And let's see where the path takes us. Even if I just draw a straight line, right? It cuts off Snorlax. It cuts off the rest of his team here who can't go in. If he shot a hook and it hits Blissey, guess where he's going? Right?
Yeah,
so there's just a lot of factors. And I mean, I wouldn't say the the anchor shot here was super detrimental. And even more so, I think the fact that this one's a bonus. The positioning for Blissey to go in, fantastic. I think it was such a good call. But maybe that's also on the fact that Blastoise was in such a great position.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Esport Gear did a good job of, you know, just knowing where they were supposed to be, trusting that their team was going to be where they needed to be. And you don't have Delmise going into the pit there. You want them to help zone, and you want that Dragonite in there instead. You want that Zapdos looking for a secure, and it just ended up being that Blastoise to get it after they got that Bliss assistance, and then followed up by a great defense. It's exactly what you'd expect to see from this squad. But player of the game, it is, of course, Nitera, your Mega Lucario that ends up getting it for Cascade. A lot of damage here, 71,000 knockouts and 3 damage. It's exactly what you'd want to see from this Pokemon. The words are obviously switched around. But that's crazy.
Lucario only needed 3 hits, right? And it took down 100 men. And 71,073 Pokemon. What a strong Pokemon that is going even lower than our previous record of 7.
Yeah, exactly. 3 damage as well. And this build, too, just to highlight, you know, the weakness policy to get... there it is. Now we have 1
damage per knockout? Damn!
Yeah,
How many
1 damage per knockout. Exactly, yeah. It's just exactly what you'd expect, I think, from a player like this. Just doing a ton of damage, getting 71,000 knockouts, as we saw. But the build as well, having that weakness policy on, so when they're in the fight, they are doing a ton more damage. The longer they're staying there, which you would see from a Mega Lucario, once they're Mega Evolved, the more damage it's actually doing. So great playing from them. You'd expect them to get that secure in the end, but it went over to the Blastoise. Still, player of the game to Cascade.
Criminal. You know what? Criminal. Esports Core had a great team, but it wasn't syncing up there. Should have let Cascade get it. But you know what? I forgive you. I forgive you. It's 1-0. They've got more games to come. Husky, question for you before we throw anything else out here. I think the question is, what can Gear do to turn this around, right? That's the question.
Yeah. I mean, I think when you have the momentum on the side of the team coming from that winners finals, it's a lot more difficult to bring it back. But I think they know Rework Esport Core better than any team probably in this entire situation. So they know what picks they have. And if they kind of target it, take out some of those bans, pick some of those strong picks for Rework Esport Core away from them, especially now that we have Fearless Draft, there's going to be less options. I always say this during a draft, but keeping the other team on their toes and having to make them think faster than they would have anticipated is a really good strategy for a draft situation like this.
Right. I guess not say the last minute pick, but it's always about picking things that it's unexpected. Or, you know, you could also play with someone like Starzerk and, you know, just pick all 5 of his mons. That works too.
Yeah, that you could do that. Yeah. Definitely, but let's get into our draft here. Game number 2, we've got Rework Esport Gear in the driver's seat, and Rework Esport Core is just 2 games away from taking this Masters Series. Can they do it? Starting out with our first couple of bans here, Zacian, Machamp, not allowed into this game number 2.
Right, and this is gonna be a big deal, right? If we do see the last pickup here being on Meow first before the last 2, I think it's gonna be interesting. But we're gonna see a little bit of a switch up here. I'm gonna hold my breath because, you know, they're just gonna lie to me. Moltres being picked up here. Zacian and Umbreon, I think, are Pokemon that we kind of haven't seen a lot lately, but at least for Umbreon's case, it's a tech. It's gotta come out at some point.
Yeah, I mean, the Umbreon is very strong, but it's always a very strong ban option. We're also going to ban out that Mew. I mean, it's an attacker pick for a lot of players, so I like this choice for Rework Esport Gear to not let that in because you're just whittling down the pool of potential attackers. We already know that Inteleon can't come back out, so what can Core do? Are they even going to go with an attacker? We'll have to see here as Scyther being banned out. We've got a couple options for this first pick for Rework Esport Gear. I wouldn't mind, there's a lot of things that I wouldn't mind here. We've got some mega options, but it is gonna be that Surfetch. Finally, we get to see one of the major ducks coming out here.
Hey, you know what's one thing I don't mind? Extending the show so that I can get to be with all of you, and especially you, Husky. We don't get to do this often on the desk here, and this is gonna be one of the most amazing matches we see and then they pick Crustle to ruin my day. You know, that's cool too. You can do that, please. There we go,
Nope.
No, Cascade! What are you doing? Pick Lucario. Oh, you know what? I don't want to extend this anymore. I'm sorry, Husky. It's not you, it's me.
Yeah, the Garchomp going to be coming out here, as well as the other duck. Now we just need Cramorant, and we can get the full duck squad coming out. But Psyduck was banned last time, and it's one of the craziest Pokemon in this game, so now we get to see it. Crustle still comes out here. Rework Esport Gear going to be the one to take it. Suicune also going to be slotting itself into that support role. We've got a couple supports being banned out. We got the Umbreon being banned out. We already know that Eldegoss can't be picked. Blissey also can't be picked on the other side, so we're picking out this Suicune in the support role. And we've got the Darkrai Mamoswine. What do you think of that, Nitero?
I mean, Darkrai is a pretty standard pick at this point. Mamoswine is the one that I'm kind of interested in. We saw it happen once in the last game. We'll see it happen again. It's going to be an amazing pickup on Beru here, especially. So maybe something's going to happen off that. I just don't really like the comp as I'm seeing right now. Sai kind of makes up for it because it has this area of effect damage reduction. But if not...
Yeah, this is interesting. So, Pool was considering the Blaziken, switches to the Espeon, and now this gives the opportunity for Dodo to pick up this Talonflame. That means that we're going to see double Speedster into double Attacker, and I think for Gear, what their number one consideration is going to be is how much distraction can this frontline pull out? How much CC with the Suicune, with the Crustle, and then you've got the Surfetch with a ton of damage. How much can they hold off these double Speedsters from going in on this back line? I guess that's what we're gonna have to see here.
If I were to pick a team here, I'll be honest with you, I don't think I can see either one of them being strong here because they have Surfetch, but on the other hand, they have very fast level ups onto the two Speedsters. But we'll leave this one to its conclusion, its hypothesis here with the casters here. So why not both of you take it away? Tano, Lobo.
What is the few Pokemon? We've been duo queuing a lot recently in this new season. What is the one Pokemon I've been dominating on?
I mean, of course. I mean, I saw it as soon as they picked it. The Espeon was coming out here as well. It got the buff. It got the buff as well to come through. Psychic Solaire did get a buff as well. So that Pokemon is very interesting. And I have a feeling, Tana, with Dodo picking the Talonflame, we are going to see a stored power Espeon come to the fray. Now, looking at both of these tiers, one is very much color-coded into that color-coded, crowd-controlled color, and it is just going to be a pain. Is comp right there. The Darkrai is a very interesting one as well, but I am with Husky right now. It's so good to be able to see Surfetched. This Pokemon is strong right now in this current meta.
Hey, it's about time we get it on Fire Sky Ruins. I'm surprised they let it through, to be honest, but Core feels so confident in their capabilities. Dodo, one of their best Pokemon, is Talonflame. Invade coming in straight out of the gates. No surprises there, Lobo.
No, absolutely. I mean, Beru just loves to do this on the little Swinub, and I think Swinub has to be one of the best invading Pokemon. I think I've said it over and over again. I think this is the second best defender pick in the current game. Look how much damage they're doing to this little Froakie right now, and Beru knows exactly what to do. They could pick up the KO with the Ice Fang, and they do. They rob a blue buff away from the side of Rework Esport Gear.
Now it's just a 1v1 of the strongest of early laners in the game, bro. Beru's gonna take the aura away from Frigo, trying to continue to hunt them down. Nah, revenge. Respect the 1v1. It's Frigo. Beru gets out of it. Free on that one, Lobo.
I mean, it's Beru's world, and we're just living in it. They're going to make their way to the top path as well. Suicune is going to be a great assist in that top path. So Fetched here, almost online to that evolution. We see Dodo just waiting to use it. The acrobatics is so dangerous early game. The target was the Suicune and the oh my god, we always use its final evolution instead of its pre-evolution. Farfetch'd D is going to go back, and Beru is going to go back for another taste of that central lane.
Right now, still a donut store over on the side of Gear. They do have Pokemon that look to stack, right? Tari is one of them. They get away with a whiff and a hair there, buddy. We've got 15 seconds before Regidrago comes on in. Beru has been an absolute nuisance here to Gear, but they do now have Pool up on the side of this Espeon.
I don't know how this game always makes me make noises that I've never made before, but it is side shot coming out from Polay on that one instead of the stored power. So lacking a little bit of movement to really avoid the Talonflame and the fires. There's the Bubble Beam going to come out, but avoids the Suicune entirely and picks up a KO on the Surfetch. They know what their target is, or does this core team?
I mean, Dodo just doing Dodo things, mate. Revenge here is trying to see if they can find them, but the fly is so good, gets them out of that position, and they just have to go their separate ways. Still extremely close in this early game here. Nobody's necessarily won it. The levels, they're pretty even. Points are only 18 in, trying to see if they can lock out Azalito here as Revenge here with that Greninja wants to look for the KOs. Psychic is so strong on the side of Azalito. We've got Beru coming up into the top side. What a rock tomb though, Lobo, trying to cut them out, but the HP pull's too big. Cutting through is going to be Greninja, and they find the KO.
And Greninja's going to find the KO plus the scores as well, and this is exactly what Ryotaro wants on this fetch. They're going to try and score this 29, be damned, and then they're going to come in and deal some damage as well. It's going to be Detect plus that Leaf Blade coming through as well. They're going to get pulled away and doused with that Bubble Beam. This is why Psyduck is so good. That Bubble Beam gives that extra damage. The Ice Fang going to pull Suicune away, while the rest of Rework Esports gear managed to secure that red to Ice. Pick up a KO on Azalito, gets sent back to the Pokemon Center, and another few points are going to go in. They're going to try and equal this score. Dodo, bot lane, not going to let that happen, keeping that score nice and extended. Regidrago, still not getting any attention here, Tano. Show him some love.
Yeah, man's just vibing in the central area there, whilst Gear want to really put the pressure on to Core. They did this in the previous game, but it was Core that bounces back. Again, the Ice Fangs just too much as Beru manages to lock that one down. Frigo having to use the X-Scissor there, but they know they're going to go down. They pull the attention of Core to allow Suicune to get out, but Dodo ain't going to allow that to happen, bro. Both berries are taken. Beach back up to the T2 here, allowing Core to get this pad.
I think a smart play by Beach there. Even though they were being pressured by Dodo, they still chucked the Whirlpool back up the Flux Zone, not to protect themselves, but to provide some more crowd control for that pad. Still ineffective, though, because nobody was there to defend it. 66 to 175, Tano. Darkrai going to pick up a nice KO on Surfetch. The competition is working right now. It is just back and forth. No clear standout right now. No clear team has got the full advantage in these team fights.
I think Mamoswine is the greatest Pokemon in this game right now, bro. It's absolutely insane to see Beru doing this, and they're not even on Mamoswine yet. As soon as you get Ice Fang, it's a game changer. Cascade here with a Livid Outrage manages to pull that one out. Takes down Suicune. Full power Sai trying to reduce the damage coming through to Cascade as well. Going on in is going to be the Surfetch. Raiatori is sent in. Weren't able to get much out of that Lungin Leak Nova Blast, bro, and Core continue to dominate this bottom lane.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Beru is just acting in an all-rounder alone, just off-laning, doing what he has to do. Don't get in a Mamoswine's way. He will run you over. 106 to 186, and Core have taken a calming presence right now. They don't seem to be troubled. They were doing very well in these team fights without Beru. Now, imagine what they're going to do. They're going to surround Beru. He goes in, gets a pickup on the Suicune, gets Dragon Rush back. What a combo that is. Tano gets taken out. There's the Mammoth Mash going to come out as well. Going to try and put some pressure on. The side shocks hit the Psyduck, but he just shakes it off like it's another bad headache. They're going to turn their attention to this Reg Ice. Objectives going to the side of Gear, but these fights going to the side of Core.
Yeah, it's so interesting, mate. And now 226, 120 points up at Core. Diving back in as well with a Dark Pulse here, looking to see if they can find the KOs. But Beach is back, looking for the freezes. Look at Beru once again, finding the hits onto the all-rounders, but they do go down. Cascade here, trying to see if they can dash on through, but the pad is now exposed. Sacket Solaire is going to be utilized here. That does protect Greninja, but here comes Dodo, and Dodo wants to go hunting. Claws are in, double KO is found. The freeze comes through. Endless Ice Spikes is popped. Not able to find anybody in it though, and Esport Core are going to come back for the defense, bro. Oh baby, a triple as Dodo cleans up.
Beautiful defense as well, and that came off again once Beru decided to get in that front line. The ice didn't matter, and Beru is still looking for more. The Rumble Rouser was popped as well as a defensive mode as to try and get out of there, not risking any more experience going back to the side of Core. Nice ice shock? Side shock finds Beru in that bush. Ice and Psyche, they're the same type, Tano. In the bottom lane, Cascade is going to just rip down this Regieleki. They might decide to go for a siege, on this bottom tier 2 pad. Dodo takes to the sky, unable to hit anything, gets on out of there. There's going to be a defense, but mate, top lane, these members have not left at all. Both tier 1s up. They want to fight it out. Unite moves usually off the board at this point, but Rework Esport Core, they're going to throw all that out the window. Try and break this. I mean, 3 from Beru could be enough, but they want that 40.
Oh, the team synergy is a thing of beauty, bro. Beru picks them up with the Ice Fang. Dodo lands on top of them. Aaron's ready with a Dark Pulse. It's just amazing. Now they're really trying to send everything at Beru here, knowing that that is the engager for Esport Core. They back away from that fight after finding the KOs and scoring the points. Right now, this game is Esport Core's to lose.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you 100%. But that was also, the flip of that in game number 1. Gear came out swinging in game number 1. It's a Regiment Rock top side, 16 seconds to go till our main objective. They can rip this down with a side up, but they might decide to just leave it and put the pressure on. Both tier 1s up on the top side, so definitely places and pads that they could fight off. A nice side shock does hit Beru, low damage, no generic healer coming out for the side of either of these teams. Darkrai is going to look for Beach, but nope, this game is going to turn into a waiting game. Now, what do we say, Tano, when there's a Groudon?
The game is on, and boy is it. I like the patience game coming out from Core here. They know that they're in the lead. The ball is in the court of Gear to find something. Cascade gets a little bit bored, though, and they dive on through. They pull out the Endless Ice Spikes, but they were stunned and frozen instantly. No Livid Outrage, but there comes the Flame Sweep, and Dodo looks to clean up once again. Beru is frozen, looking for Beach here. Mammoth Mash will come out with a full power Sai-Ai, and how does Core answer? Knowing that they'd lost their carry, they answer big time, and Gear are on the back foot.
Gear on the back foot. They're going to try and turn that into the front foot with Palais. Everybody's coming back. We got 4 seconds till Greninja decides to come back. Dodo takes a quick trip back to the Pokemon Center. 1 minute on the clock. 100 and, oh my god, 8 points between these two teams. It is anyone's team. Both teams know that their side of Rework Esport Core are in the lead by a great margin. Suicune's Whirlpool going to try and find Cascade as Alito is making themselves comfy in a hot spot with the Groudon. Now they're just going to try and hit this, my guy. Who is it going to go to when it comes out to the secure? The Rock Tomb is going to stun them out into the level outrage and looking for Palais and try to pull that down. Beru gets taken down by a beautiful side shock. So Fetch is in the middle. Worst Nightmare was used as well. And now we have 3 members down for both sides of the teams. It's going to come down to a flip. Darkrai is hiding. Can the Safesh go for the secure? Can we get one back? The X-Scissor is going to try at 20 seconds on the clock. And Rework Esport Gear are going to take it. They need to score. They need to score now.
I love that response from Dodo, bro. They know how quick this game is about to be over. They allow them to take the Groudon, knowing only 2 from Gear are up, and they go and score a Hundo Burger, knowing their team would be back to defend this up on the top lane. They've got the 2 down on the T1. What a fantastic play from Core. That takes them the win, and that just proves how this team is looking to make it to Worlds this year.
I mean, absolutely. They scored that extra Hundo Burger, which would have made this an incredibly close game. They backed off of that Groudon, knowing they lost that second fight, Tano. Holy. Let's throw it back to our incredible casters and analysts at the desk. Guys, tell us your thoughts. Give us the breakdown.
Yeah, so we got, let's bring it back here. We've got 326 to 218, your final score. And what a game that was. You know, that was probably the best end game that I've seen so far today, with the decision making from Rework Esport Core to hold on. And it's no surprise here that Dodo leading the charge in terms of damage across both of these sides.
Right, when you see the 2 reworks break it down, I see 2 scores on about, there's 326 with Cascade going a little lower than the damage, not the same, but Dodo flying in with 64,000, going to the backlines and wrecking some havoc. Frigo not anywhere in sight, and I don't see where you can go wrong with that. I'll break it down for you, Lobo.
No, I agree. 64,000 damage for Dodo. I mean, we're going to talk more about this player, of course, but let's focus on a couple of key points of the game that I want to point out here, as well as on these stats. Dodo goated.
Dodo
I
goated.
mean, absolutely, for sure, Dodo goated. But there was not a time all game that Rework Esport Core was behind in score, even though Rework Esport Gear had some fantastic moments. And we had that double reg ice, almost the triple reg ice, the elusive triple reg ice that scientists are still trying to figure out the conditions to activate it. But
Oof.
look at these damage numbers as well again. So I want to focus specifically on that damage taken number from Dodo. How, as a Talonflame, are you not taking damage? And the answer to that question is you're just not getting hit. You are completely obliterating your opponents and then leaving before anybody has the chance to do anything. And that's just the mark of an insane Talonflame player.
Right, it's a very in and out kind of strategy, and I agree with you in this case where basically they don't have to play the game in a sense, right? Like, if I'm just not there, you can't do damage to me, but if I've done my job, I don't have to stay any longer than that, right? So, like, once the desk is done, I'm gonna cop in my bed, for example. You know, I don't have to stay any longer than that. And that's kind of the concept that we're looking at when it comes to how Dodo plays, which definitely benefits him as we even look at how the replays go about here. Where is Dodo on the map? Right? Again, where is Dodo on the map? Where is Dodo? It's just a where is Dodo montage, right? You only see it when he's going. There it is.
Yeah, I want to focus on that pick from the Garchomp because that Garchomp pick was ridiculous from Pool on this Espeon, who had a great game, by the way. But then Rework Esport Core, off the back of Dodo, was able to hang on so that Garchomp can have their moment. They come in, they use a Unite move, get picked off again, and Dodo still punishes it. Just ridiculous plays. And then there's 3 down from Rework Esport Gear, and all of a sudden, the game is back in the hands of Rework Esport Core. Dodo goated. You don't even need to put player of the game. Dodo goated, 11 knockouts and 64k damage.
The bird's so fast, you can't even see it.
Yeah,
Dodo.
you can't even see it. Look at him. He's clipped out. He's so fast moving out of frame because you can't even capture a photo of this Pokemon before it's already taken you out. The Fly Flame Charge build, I mean, we've seen some Brave Bird users, but I think into a double attacker composition, that Fly Flame Charge is absolutely perfect, and they absolutely did their job. When I see double attacker, and then we've got a couple speedsters on the other side, that's exactly how you want to play it. You want to be jumping in, picking up easy KOs, and getting back out. The Surfetch did do well, really, really well, but it just wasn't enough to control Dodo on that Talonflame.
Right, we apologize again on the end of production here for that. You know, it's really hard to take photos of wildlife, you know, when you're sitting in your home. Or your studio.
I mean, yeah. And I'm a birder myself. I do like birds, but capturing a photo of those things, yeah, exactly, is particularly difficult. But now, it's all led up to this. Rework Esport Core 1 game away from taking your grand finals. They could do it here. They could make this 3-0, but Rework Esport Gear does not want to let that happen. We're still banning out that Zacian, still banning out Machamp back the other way. We're also going to be taking Lucario, so we know there's no Mega Lucario. We also know there's no regular Lucario coming out here.
Sad. Oh. You can cast it. You can carry on. I don't want to.
Okay. Serena also being banned out here. I love how the bans get so interesting as we get later into the draft, in the Fearless draft, because, like, you have to think about what they don't have and what you don't have and how you're going to structure your bans, because we've got Gengar banned out. Poor Tano. No Gengar.
Right.
We've got Serena banned out. We've still got the Moltres Machamp banned out. So what options do we really have anymore? I guess Rework Esport Gear is going to have to consider. I mean, what do they take? I guess you've got an Umbreon option, right? You could go with that first pick, but you've got the Mew as well, and that is what they're going to lock in.
There are just so many ways to look at this here, and the fact that they first picked up Mew on the side of Yurotari, it's a great start, right? Because right now that means they've kind of secured a way out, range, and a few other, you know, tips and tricks for themselves for the side of Rework Esports Gear, which would solidify their lead here.
But now they're also looking into like, okay, I've got to deal with 2 tanks, so I kind of need some high power damage here to lock them out before they go to the back line. So is there any tanks in there that I can pick up? And of course, you come to the conclusion that, okay, Vaporeon's one. Now there's something even tankier.
Yeah, I mean, you could go, I
damage,
think Vaporeon pretty solid here. You still got a support pick, and you could pivot Vaporeon to a supporter as well. But I honestly feel like that Mew first pick was good, but I feel like already Rework Esport Gear was put in a position to be on their back foot in draft by going with Mew in that first pick slot, because you get Trevenant and Umbreon, probably one of the strongest support cores that you could have on that side, and it is going to Rework Esport Core. So now you're already having to force yourself into a position to where you don't have a ton of options left. I think a Clefable is the right call here, but then you definitely need another frontliner because that back line is not really going to be the focus of that healing. So are they going to pivot and go with something else? Hoopa, a good pick here, hasn't been picked up. They're going to go with Hoopa and Ho-Oh. That's a really interesting pick.
I want to say it's very greedy, actually. You know, there are a lot of ways you can look at it here, but to me, the biggest issue that I see, that isn't even the picks in particular, is the kind of hate pickup from Revenge. Aptly named as well. Revenge picked up Glaceon, which I believe, if you saw earlier on, is one of Dodo's picks, and arguably one of Dodo's best picks. So this is going to be interesting, but Cascade can also jump to the back line really well.
Yeah, but I don't mind this Mimikyu. I mean, Lobo probably excited about that Mimikyu.
Oh yeah, 100%.
As well. So we're going with the Mimikyu instead of the Glaceon. And Mimikyu, like, if it can work around the Glaceon passive, it absolutely obliterates it. But let's get back to our casters. We know they're excited about this one. Take it away, Tano and Lobo.
Here, Dodo. Banning the Gengar? You like fast Pokemon. Gengar's got Levitate. What's going on here, Lobo? I think you might be muted, bro.
All right. Okay, take a breath. Take a breath. Breathe, Tano. Inhale, exhale. Inhale, exhale. Okay, we good? We're good. Let's talk about the shenaniganry that was going on in that draft. The Glaceon Steel, absolutely diabolical. The Mimikyu coming out, absolutely perfection. The Serena ban, I mean, a little bit shady. The Gengar ban, that was directed at you. Hilarity, I will have to say. This is game 3, buddy, and we're still getting moments like this. It is all on the line. The grand final is going to go to this one. Gear have to bring it back. Or one. I'm so excited for it. Glaceon, and of course, Mimikyu's going to be in there.
I really do like the comp that Core have brought out, though, buddy. It feels like Gear have gone to counter the big picks that Core like to take, and they've just gone straight to counter what's coming their way. Bottom lane here, good pressure coming out from Gear, but instantly with the invade again from Core. Let's see if they can take anything here.
I mean, if it's Beru, it's a masterful cast. But look, there's also that Zeraora that just did get buffed in the recent patch. Whether they decide to go with Discharge and Volt Switch, or they're going to go with the Wild Charge, I believe the iframes are going to be incredibly useful because there is a fairly squishy team coming out from the side of Rework Esport Gear.
Let's see whether they go for Spark or the Volt Switch. We'll chat, buddy. Right now, though, it does look like... We'll chat about it. We'll chat about it. It looks like Core are on the advantage because now here comes the Mimikyu and it's Dodo. Dodo is goated, even though he has a irrational fear of Gengar.
I mean, an irrational fear of Gengar is exactly what they want to do. Mimikyu's a ghost type. It's super weak to ghost type. It makes sense, buddy. Middle Altaria is about to come up. They are playing Shadow Claw, which is a great thing when you go to Brawl, especially when you go to Umbreon that can do that right there. And Hooper is going to take an unwanted trip back to Nurse Joy. Umbreon going to score in the face of Hoa. That's just a little bit disrespectful. I believe we did see Volt Switch coming out today. It's going to be a discharge, trying to get the pulls away so they can try and take that backline Glaceon, all those backlines out from behind that very, very tanky front line. Dodo is goated enough to take a buff away from the side of Gear. And this is exactly what you don't want to allow Dodo to do, and that's start to roll.
I do love the responses that Gear have had this entire set, though, bro. It's the second Core are doing this. They answer by doing the same. And now we've got Revenge coming on in. They've got the shards ready to go. Of course, it is the shards, not the spears. That's going to be pretty good against that Mimikyu.
It's big burst damage, which Mimikyu does not like to deal with because it does need to get into you. Now, Dodo knows how to play this Pokemon very well. We haven't seen its level 7 moveset just yet because it got it off screen. Aqua Ring going to come out from the Vaporeon, and that's the big burst damage we were talking about. Speaking of big burst damage, how did we not talk about this before, Tano? That is an enhanced Charge Beam coming out, but this is exactly what Zeraora can do to a Ho-Oh. Pulls them away, but unable to pick up the KO.
As expected, an extremely contested game here. 20 points between them in the early stages of this. We're about to get the 720s, and it looks like everyone is showing up in this bottom lane. We're going to have a Ho-Oh and a Zeraora fight up here. Down here, though, it's about trying to take out Dodo whilst protecting your team from Aaron, who is uncontested with those enhanced charge beams.
And it is going to be Trick Room, which is exactly what I expected. It allows Mimikyu to dash in and out, because once you get that Shadow Sneak and you don't get the reset, you're kind of stuck out in no man's land. But the Trick Room gives you those enhanced defenses whilst you're in the Twisted Dimensions. Hooper is going to go in and try and get a stun. The Melook is a big problem for the side of Rework Esports Gear. The damage from the Charge Beam alongside the ripping of Shadow Claw is immense. There you go. Dodo was on the objective, but now they've decided to turn defense into offense. Glaceon takes a trip back to Nurse Joy, and now finally Rework Esports Core are free to take this red dice, but nope, Ho-Oh is here. Play with me comes out.
Not an easy task to take down the Ho-Oh, to be fair. They do find a good KO there. The Regieleki's taken as well, trying to get the red dice. We see Frigo coming around as well, but it's going to be none other than the legendary bird that does just that. What a steal away from Core. Despite them scoring those points, though, Gear are just desperate to get any piece of experience they can find.
No, I agree. And I think Core took a little bit too long to take that Regieleki, allowed Ho-Oh back into this. Mimikyu is going to try and dash its way around its own Twisted Dimension. Zeraora almost getting caught up and runs right into a Ho-Oh. Hooper is doing whatever they can to try and trick their way out of this. There's the discharge. Nice AoE damage, but there's the freeze dry alongside the snapping of those shards. Mimikyu tries to find a flag, but Mew picks up the KO on Zeraora. Glaceon goes down courtesy of Dodo, who's now being chased down. Pops the Trick Room, tries to break some ankles, but gets taken down by Hooper. Umbreon, the last one left alive, and Rework Esports Gear are showing that when they work together, nothing is insurmountable. Even Dodo takes a trip back to Nerf.
Bro, the absolute audacity of Dodo to be like, I'm going to take on 4 here. I can find the KOs. The glory in his eyes as he went in there was ridiculous. But Core are going to look to bounce back here nevertheless. Cascade looking for a pull, not quite there on the side of the Ho-Oh. Good front line the Gear have, and that is the most important thing here, bro, because if they can't break through that front line, which they have tried to do, it's all about the damage from Mew and this Glaceon that they can't quite deal with.
What is brilliant is though Frigo is in that front line as well for the side of Gear, just providing the heals with the Aqua Ring. The Melook has been working by Azalita, but I mean, Gear have decided to kind of just close their ranks and shut everybody else out to make sure that Dodo doesn't get some free reign. Hooper right now, they're about to make me eat my words. They haven't closed rank. Hooper's going to get out of here, but no, the play with me comes out to possibly stop the Hooper unbound. Hooper goes down, but Rework Esports Gear are going to take their own back into that top path, but they've got a Zeraora and a Trevenant to deal with.
Classic Gear tactic there. Rotate up into the top lane and see if you can put some pressure. But it is going to be Zeraora that finds the KO on Glaceon. Mew will find the revenge nevertheless. Beru here trying to hold Frigo and protect the team. The front line here is just having a brawl in the top side, bro. While the rest of the field is battled out by these speedsters and attackers. Bottom buff is taken by Core, and they want to continue to push that. Melook is going to connect onto the Ho-Oh, but there's not a lot that you can do to try and find the pick. Good dash there from Riotari to get out of the Horn Leech. Now they really want to bring the damage in. It's going to go once more with the Trick Room down here whilst the pad is broken on that T1. Bro, they're all over this map.
I mean, it's hard to keep track. Our observers are doing an incredible job to keep track of all this action. Hooper has called roll. Avengers, assemble! As we do get the Unite moves coming through. Aqua Ring Smash alongside the Unite pads came out from the Vaporeon and the Umbreon. All that while, Dodo was ripping the Regieleki into the top path. Nice defense by Gear here, but now they're going to have to defend a little bit more because Zeraora is the target. The Volt Switch, so hard to track them down. But 133 to 187, they've kept this close in Game 3.
really close. Looking at the levels as well, it's pretty much on par. This couldn't be any closer between these two squads, and knowing that if Core win this, they take the entirety of EUL Masters. If Gear win it, they start the magical reverse sweep run. It is all or nothing here, bro. Go big or go home. We got a minute away from final stretch. Both teams just looking to battle it out whatever moment they get.
Yeah, look, it looks like Reborn Esports Core want to go on into this tier 1, but they're hunting a Zeora, who is providing a great distraction. Reborn Esports Core have not made the move yet because it's not that far. It is a trick Hooper coming out this time, Tano. Took us a long time to point that out with all the other action that was going on the map. The Woodhammer does miss its mark. Umbreon going to try and get a mean look on, but that Thunder is just going to chase down the Ho-Oh, who doesn't quite appreciate that big solar beam is going to hit both of the tanks, as this Reggie is all important. Who's it going to be? Reggie Roulette coming up.
This might be the fight if they want to commit to this, bro. That's a huge beam coming out from Beach once more. They do have a Regiwork down here, but it's the pull! It finally works! They've committed to it all game, but they can't get enough from it. They've pulled out some Unite moves at least. Looks like they're going to find a KO onto the side of Umbreon. And Esports Core are now well on the back foot, losing one of their biggest front lines. We say hello to Rayquaza, and boy, a Gear looking to rip it.
I mean, they could just go for the rip right now with the Glaceon, but they don't have the secure tools that they do need. But Dodo could come in here dangerously low. Vaporeon makes them back off. Trevenant dangerously front as well. Gets hit with the Mewstone Auto. Rayquaza is just being tickled right now, Tano. No Unite moves used. The Aquamarine Splash was used by Frigo as well, as now this is his turn into a patient competition, but they're going to try and go in. Ho is the first one to go in. Glacial Stage gets set as well. Mew dangerously low in the backline. The Aquamarine going to try and heal a bright future. Meteor Storm. Core wants to make sure they have the brightest future out of the rework siblings, as Hooper gets taken out. The Charge Beam going to take down another two with the assistance of Zeora, and Rework Esports Core have come back into this fight brilliantly. But it's not over, Tano!
A rekindling flame, bro, and we've got a game on our hands. Gear are back in this fight. It's all about the Ho-Ho. They've had to back off Core from taking the Rayquaza now, but can they take Dodo? That's the answer. That's what they need. 50 seconds left in this. Big Beam's going to come through once more, trying to zone them around. Aquamarine Splash is back out from Vaporeon. Peach is 1 HP in a dream, and it's going to be taken by Revenge. The moment is here, Lobo. Can they get the points in? Hundo Burgers are needed. It's a Rayquaza. Surely that means we're going to a game 4.
We have to go to a game 4. One Honda Burger goes in. Second Honda Burger goes in. Those Rayquaza shields are the most annoying thing. This can be double dipped into tier 2. And now they've set it to 409 to 187. Dodo and Umbreon in the bottom lane as well, dealing with the Ho-Oh. But we got to talk about it, Tyler. 15 seconds. This one is over. What a rekindling flame.
Bro, I actually can't remember the last time I saw a rekindling flame. I've had Ho-Ho in my games non-stop, never using the Unite move. Pool pulls out the best one I've witnessed yet. They were literally on the precipice of defeat, but Gear have just pulled that out of nowhere to take us to a game 4. I need a breath, bro. Let's bring back the amazing legends. Nice era Husky. Come back, please.
Wow.
Woo-wee! What a match that was, Husky. We really saw them pull it back out here, right? A little bit of a stick in the wrench here, but they pulled it out, they yanked it, and they said, alright, it's time to pull you one good one. You see 5 of us, we'll go to 0 and 5 again. That rekindling flame was life-saving.
Yeah, Ho-Oh was definitely the game changer in that one. Esports Gear kind of had the lead the entire game, and Core really held on for a long time. But it really was that Ho-Oh giving a second chance to the rest of the squad that ended up doing it for Esports Gear. And now suddenly we've got a game on our hands. It's 2-1. This is anybody's match at this point.
I mean, there's so much to talk about here, and I think goes so much into the game itself. But I guess the short answer here is that Cascade and Aaron did a good chunk of damage. They were skirmishing as much as they could here, and it really shows. Yeah, aside from that, I don't even think Gear was looking to fight that much. They were just responding, if anything else.
Yeah, I mean, I'd have to agree with you. Let's take a look at some of these numbers as well.
Right.
We've got this Glaceon doing really well in terms of damage. Ho-Oh as well, supposed to be kind of like that all-rounder flex Pokemon, did a really good job. And again, we are seeing Rework Esport Gear behind in the score for the entirety of the game. And then that last moment, the big rekindling flame that brought it all back, and suddenly they're the team heading out with the win in game number 3.
Right. And so I guess this kind of paints a picture, right? Like, it's not about, you know, whether it's sister team or not. It just takes time to adapt. And Gear is finally shifting into it. I'm not going to keep reusing bad jokes here, but definitely they've got themselves turned up to high gear.
Yeah, shifting gears, if you will. But I think that there are a lot of Pokemon that have been banned, you know, fairly consistently. And I think that Esport Core really just thought they were going to bring it home with this one. They were like, all right, we've banned out this Gengar. We're not letting Machamp. We're not letting Moltres. Like, we'll adapt to this draft. And they really thought that they were going to close it out here. And I honestly did too. I thought their draft was so much better. But no, we've got the Rekindling Flame in the exact right position that we needed it to give Rework Esport Gear a little bit more momentum going into Game 4.
Let's take a look at some of the replays here that we have and see how they pan out, because I'm pretty sure there are quite a few that have a good chunk of information that we can dig out. But if not...
Yeah, and we also... No, we'll get them in a couple minutes here, but I think there's a lot that we have to talk about for this match as well. Another thing to point out is the healing from both of these support defenders kind of that we had here. The Vaporeon with that Aqua Ring, the Umbreon as well with the Wish. Both of them did a fantastic job of healing up the squad. It made the team fights a lot more engaging throughout the entirety of the match, and it kept some Pokemon up for long periods of time that I think we've missed from these other games in this set so far. But yeah, let's take a look at some of these replays.
And you can take a look at how the dimension shifts here, and Mimikyu plays around the edge, going into it with his team, waiting only for Miraidon to first take a hit or a swing at them before really fully committing. Same here, you can see Cascade trying to make a play. The Plasma Gear is invested, they do get a good hit, and only then does Dodo walk out. It's discipline that Dodo has to go and take fights. Well, of course, in the end, this was really bad for him. That's also because the entire team responded, right? Could you imagine if they were a bit slower?
Yeah, this too as well. I think Esport Core just really thought that they could bowl over this team, especially because they're ahead so far. You'd expect that they maybe would have given up, that they're not putting in as much anymore. But it was very clear that that wasn't the case, especially with that tier 2 push. And here as well, Esport Core trying to get some more points in, and they were just pushed out. This Ho-Oh Vaporeon ended up being a fantastic duo for them. But let's take a look at this end game fight again, Nitera.
Yeah, look at the bit by bit as we kick it down. Invested Woodhammer here is very important, because this means that even if he were to come over, he doesn't really have the resources. He only has Horn Leech here, and you can see how he's not even able to do Ryotari here. Top side here is just a mess of damage going through from Gear's side, and as you slowly see the pace out of the game, when the team starts to recover here, that's when they start to pick it up. Rework Esports Core was on the back foot.
Yeah, I mean, and what a great end game too. Just the slow chipping the entire time. But the savior, here they are, Pool with the Ho-Oh coming in. 3 knockouts for themselves, and that's a pretty hefty amount of damage for a defender Pokemon. I know that it was like kind of the all-rounder like top path Pokemon, but that's still a lot of damage for a Pokemon like this with that focus band. The Bangle is something I also love on Ho-Oh as well. It just gives it, you know, that anti-healing. It made the Umbreon not as effective. And I also thought that for in the Rework Esport Gears comp, they did a really good job playing around that Vaporeon. And I think when you saw Rework Esport Gear separated a little bit, playing around the Vaporeon really helped out with that, because they had the numbers advantage in those situations.
Right, and that's fair to say, because at the end of the day, when you take a look at how the games played out here, I wouldn't say the savior, it was the savior. Had Paul been not there, right? Had Paul been not there, there were so many things that could have happened, right? First of all, healing was reduced, right? That was such a big player into how fights actually panned out, because damage was being tacked on and actually stayed tacked on. There was also the possibility that, you know, even if we lost like 1 or 2 players, Paul was able to bring them back into the fight. So many things had to go, I wouldn't say
right for them, but so many things were already set up for success.
Yeah, they really set it up, and the Ho-Oh really knocked it down. I feel like knowing that you have that insurance, you can take a little bit more of a risk. I think that from what I've seen so far, Esport Gear is lacking a little bit in risk-taking ability. They're a very comfortable team, and they don't like to make mistakes, so they play very safe. And Esport Gear Esport Core is the complete opposite. They love jumping in. They're going to pick fights, even if they can't win them. They're, the antithesis to a team like Rework Esport Gear. So I think that having that Ho-Oh for them, that little bit of extra insurance to be like, okay, it's all right to take a risk. We're going to get this pick right here, really ended up helping them in that game. But the question is, what do they do now? They're not going to have any picks that are going to give them a ton of insurance like that. So where do they go from here?
I mean, first of all, 100%, I think that was a great analysis. You really broke down exactly what I was thinking, even better than I believe I could. That's the issue with how they're gonna play it out here, and what they can possibly do really comes down to what they have left to pick, to be very honest. And there's a lot of Pokemon that down, because right now,
if we didn't have the graphic, I wouldn't remember. Yeah, I don't even.
Yeah. So I mean, I feel like. Yeah, I feel like I want to say a lot, but like there was one pick that I feel that I can remember that wasn't picked up, or two actually, that I feel like could make a comeback here, right? Gear has a lot to do with playing as a team and setting up successes as a team, right? Capitalizing on things. So what if you give them enough resources to work around that, or remove information from the other team? Gengar's Phantom Ambush, thank you Lobo for reminding me on that one, is a great way to deny information while also trying to get to the back line while investing in it.
Yeah.
So even if you invest there, it's like, okay, if I don't go in, like, what are you gonna do? You're gonna sit there and guess, right? And then the other Pokemon is Greedent, who has this berry stacking mechanic where if you use the berry belly flop, you'll have infinite stacks for a short duration, and that could really make a big difference in terms of how you engage fights.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with you. It looked like Esport Core panicked a little bit with that first ban slot, because they did, I think, accidentally ban out that Psyduck. They're still going to ban out the Gengar. We're still seeing Zacian and Moltres banned, so we're just not really willing to let the Gengar come in. And I actually really like this Sableye ban, because it's something that Gear considered last time as a support, and there's not a lot of supports left on the table. So at this point, what do? Do you take a support early? And they actually are going to do that immediately. Support Core is going to take that Clefable off the table. Again, another random rhyme. So Esport Gear can chill out a little bit in terms of their support, or there's a couple options for them at this point. Let's see what they go with.
Right. I mean, first of all, let's take a look whether they actually lock in this Galarian Rapidash. I think it's going to be an interesting one. Here, it plays on the let's hit and run here with what I said, Gengar, but a little bit more. I'll play more speed than, being able to not see me here, which I think is great. Ryotari going in with the Cramorant here, which, I mean, shout outs to our beautiful caster, Matt Magical. It's got to give one for the team here. But I think that's the problem now, right? Okay, you have the damage with a Ryotari who's kind of like a mage right now. You have the walk in and out. Now I need to see a little bit more bulk.
Yeah, I think so too. I wouldn't mind a Metagross here, honestly. I would not hate this, but I think they definitely need a little bit of tankiness, and I like this Alchemy Palmat as well. So that's one that we saw last set, but we didn't see this set. I don't mind this. I think they just need, like you said, a bit more bulk in the front line, and one of those options is being taken away right now. The Slowbro taken off the board. Sylveon an option here for Aaron to potentially pick up, and they are going to go with it. So this is a very bulky team for Esport Core. I kind of love it.
I mean, I'll be honest with you. I think Real Esports Core, I would love to see Aaron pick up the Lucario, right? If you look at this team, it's very squishy, but also very mobile, right? If Ryotari decides to go for, a different moveset, Air Slash instead. And I think this works because Lucario can chase that with E-Speed, right?
Yeah,
maybe I cope.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, like, Gear is going all in here. Like, they don't have any defender Pokemon. They're just going to rely on this Alchemy with that, what
they
is
all
the
have
name
high
of the
damage.
ult? I don't even remember. The ult, And yeah, a lot of damage. I think that the difficulty with Gear's composition is going to be getting those two all-rounders online. They're both 3-stage evolutions. They're both late-game focused Pokemon. So how do they make sure that they distribute their experience when you're going into a team that doesn't go down? You've got a Clefable on the other side. You've got Buzzwole that has Sustain, Blaziken that has Sustain, Sylveon that has Sustain, Slowbro that has Sustain. What are you taking down? I think Metagross is great into this comp, honestly, because there's a lot of shields. But sorry, I yapped for a while. Let's bring it back to our casters.
Oh no, yap away, Husky. What a mighty comp we have here. This is a really core, wanting to play safe, wanting to be strong. But Paul's pick on that Metagross could be the difference, bro. And we finally got Pawmot, Lobo.
Pawmot, Cramorant, Alcremie, I absolutely love what we're seeing. Galarian Rapidash as well, my guy. But all of those can be felled by Aaron Sylveon. We also have Beru, one of the most annoying players on the game, highlighted with the Slowbro. Now, is he going to go for an evade with the Slowpoke? That's to be seen. I can't wait to see it. But still one of the best Unite moves in the game, and especially with that Pawmot, is, what do we call it, Tano? Unite move? Come on, say it for me.
Zip Zap Full Charge Spark.
Zip Zap Full Charge Spark can be shut down with a single Slow Beam. Now we got Blaziken and Pawmot heading into those central lanes. Nice all-rounded battle off with their supporters in tow in the top lane, Cramorant in the bottom lane.
Yep, this is going to be a pretty good lane for Gear here, as they've already got some stacks in on the side of this adorable Ponyta. Obviously gets an early Evo, and then it's just a lot of pressure that Core have to deal with, especially needing that Combusken to get online in that central area.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, the Galarian Rapidash doesn't take too long to get online and just be annoying as well. I'm keen to see how this game plays out as we head towards the early game. Slowbro going to go with the Surf angle to really try and hinder all the movement that Gear have on their side, but the Hurricane going to stop that straight away. Send in a Pikachu at Mach 10 towards the Slowbro. Not sure if he really appreciated that one, but it's going to be a 2v1 situation at the middle Natus, even before these Altarias show up.
Yeah, I don't know whether Revenge got snapped back then, or they just thought, you know what, I don't want to get involved in this. I'm going to get on out of here. They will get active in this one, though, as they dive straight into that backline, looking to see if they can cause some damage onto the side of the Clefable. Good secures do come through to Gear, but Core got some themselves as well.
I just noticed, Tyler, we are seeing a Mystical Fire Sylveon, which I like as well. This is going to make it, I don't know if it's going to make it easy or a little bit more complicated for Frigo. Pawmot just going to slap that paw, try to out-secure Frigo on the Mystical Fire Sylveon. Get some nice stacks in, does this beautiful Prancing Pony, get an X-Speed on out there, but the Mystical Fire chases them down. The Hurricane going for the farm instead of the main members of Rework Esports Core. But stacks coming in for Pawmot. They're looking for that level 7 evolution. But now that Metang is online, they get those shields from that Gyrable.
Yeah, still finding the power spikes of their Pokemon here is pretty good for Gear, but Core have got theirs as well. Blaziken now online. Not yet with that Unite move, just looking for that extra little bit of level, which is why we're hitting onto the side of the Drago here. Looking to see if they can get the secure. Overheat will do just that. Right, Tari has been found as well. They've got to back up. Luckily, they've got a dive able to do that.
Yeah, I mean, Dive is such a good utility on Cramorant. They don't have access to that Unite move, which is such a good method of defending pads, just to warn everybody off. But doing the opposite Rework Esports Gear, they're actually coming to defend this pad instead of pressuring the top pad. There is the Supercell Slam that's going to go in with that Pawmot. He has the ability to zip around the map, but Blaziken also has the ability to move around the map like they're moving like nothing. Absolutely inhibited whatsoever. Slowbro going to put the Surf down as well. The Supercell Slam was charging, but they decided against it, Tano. I mean, this is going Core's side, and it's going very well.
Oh, respect the 1v1 in the top lane as well, as Buzzwole finally comes out on top. The super power smackdown combo being too much down here. The Regieleki currently getting ripped by Core. We see that Rapidash coming in, looking to see if they can get the hit, but that block was massive from the Slowbro. The secure comes through to Core. They've got all the advantage as they look to push this into the T1 pad. It's overheat galore as Dodo does what Dodo does best. Dodo goaded for a reason, bro. Goodbye, Gear. Core break the pad.
They're going to move that in. They're going to get the 8 points in. They're just going to try and get some other points to try and get as much of an overcap as possible right now. But Tano, this is 2 games to Rework Esports Core, 1 game to Rework Esports Gear. They're still at match point. They still have it all to win. Gear need to do the hardest thing in esports, and that is the reverse sweep. And they're right now, they're on the back foot, but they can turn it into the front foot with one good fight, one good snatch of experience. But it's going to start with getting this Metagross online and keeping your supports alive.
I do love that they've gone for Zen Headbutt here. Definitely the better moveset with Gyro Ball. Let's see. Huge shield will come through, but it's the smackdown that causes to be too much, bro. Pawmot is sent packing back to Nurse Joy as well. But finally, Metagross is on their field. Compute and Crush comes through. Doesn't find enough targets to throw up the stadium, though. And now they're looking to go 1v1 over on the side of Blaziken. They find the KO. Massive Fairy Frolic is going to come in from Aaron. And that's enough to stop the scoring coming through. Baru is going to hold the attention of Metagross here as well. Ryotari's going to throw out the Gatling Gulp missile, throwing it onto the offense here, looking to see if they can at least push this pad, but they get nothing from it. They're back on the pad. Good defense comes from Aaron, and that is a puzzle back in your face.
I mean, it's a beautiful defense, and now the target decided to target. There is the Fluffy Cream Supreme is going to come out as well. They're not going to give this one up just yet. Boswell does get felled, and now Rework Esports Gear are going to go on the attack. Pawmot's going to go in, but they're going to get stopped by the gravity. They get 17 points in on the backline. We've got Dodo coming in with the Fire Fist. They're smoothing and grooving, but the Gyro Ball is going to give them some shields. Pawmot decides to back on out. Metagross gets some change with that shield, but they're on an HP in a dream. They got a few points in, Tana, but it wasn't enough. The defense just too good from Core.
Bro, the recovery coming out from Beach is insane. Throwing down those dollops of cream. If it wasn't for that, we'd have said goodbye to Pool in that fight. This is just showing how strong these support Pokemon really are. The heals are off the charts here. A push down onto the red Jalekis coming out from Core. Geo really want to commit to breaking that pad in the top side. They've just fought over it for a full minute, bro, and they rotate back up there to take it.
I mean, a Regieleki is now going to walk onto that tier 2 on the bottom side. They brought the scores back to almost, I want to say, close to even 39 between both of these teams. This Pawmot kind of struggling with the gravity and the moonlight coming out from this Clefable here, Tano. But now we see the Cramorant is in a bit of bother. Gets saved by the stun from the Galarian Rapidash. They're going to try and fight again in this top pad. They just don't want to give this away, but that is where the next objective is going to spawn in about 5 seconds. Dodo doesn't care about the objective. He wants to go in, gets thrown up by a Hurricane, gets stunned by the Galarian Rapidash. The Triad Blitz, Bermuda Triangle gets put down. Dodo doesn't want to get lost in there. He's standing on a HP in a dream, but Sylveon comes in with a 2 KO string. Pawmot comes in from off the screen with a zap, and they try to take out, but the Slowbro does go down, and Rework Esports Gear have fought their way back into this, but it's not over with the Fluffy Cream Supreme.
Still trying to commit, though, is going to be the side of this Metagross. They have managed to back them out as Alito now on the retreat, giving the heals over to the side of their team. And bro, let's breathe for a moment. Finally, both teams go their separate ways. And I tell you what a brilliant effort from Gear to defend that pad.
I mean, in and out, Tana, in through the nose, out through the mouth, breathe again. They're just going to try and farm up some experience. A Registeel is a nice pick that's going to come up. It's going to be here at about, that buff's going to run out at about the 1.5 minute mark. You got that timer down the bottom that you can see. A Registeel for the start of this next objective is going to be absolutely massive. Still, only about 41 points between these two teams. They're going to try and fight over a bottom objective, which is going to be a Regieleki. This could turn into the fight. All the marbles are on the line. Our hands have been dealt. The money's been placed in the pot. It's about to go down. And it is Slowbro that's going to start the KO as they kick off right now, Tana.
Oh my god, they do find a KO on the Slowbro. They will be back before the final objective, and this means Core realistically need to look at least backing on up. They're going to see if they can stay here and look for the secure. Nevertheless, Rapidash has managed to find at least the Sylveon. They want to continue to go for the rip here, Gear, but they've got to watch out on making this the final fight. It's going to be Blaziken that takes it anyway, and Core get all the advantage. Now they can use this to make this the fight. It's a 6v5 here at the moment as Gear look to sprint back to their path.
Gear have been pushed back. Regieleki is going to walk in. They're going to have to let it walk in, Tana, as there is a ground on. When we say there's a ground on, the game is on. Sorry, buddy, I had to take it from you there. We're going to start the fight with the Gulping Gap Missile as well. Slowbro's trying to find their target, but a beautiful eject into the overheat. Picks up the Alcremie. Pawmot gets a return KO on it to the Blaziken. Unite moves are flying. The Triad Blitz goes down, gets picked up. Galarian Rapidash is dangerously low, but gets seen as well. Pawmot still alive. A Hurricane tucked everybody away as Ryotari has to run for their lives. It is just an Alcremie and a Cramorant. Can they secure it? Pikachu at Mach speed for the Dream in the Wind, but no, that's a quick KO.
Oh my god, Cascade with the eject button smack onto the Cramorant, and they're sent back to Nurse Joy whether they liked it or not. Triple KO, what can we do though? Can we get in close enough to get a gyro ball onto it? Overheat's ready to go on the side of Dodo, and that's exactly what you use this Pokemon for, but it's Buzzwole that takes it. Esport Core, they're on the verge of taking the entire thing and becoming our first EUL Masters champions.
They're going to try and get these Honda Burgers in. We still got 55 seconds. They can still put up a defense. Pormok's going to go in. Buzzwole's going to pick up absolutely no one. Pick up air, but they pick up the Pormok. Pormok goes down as well. That's 2 members down for the side of Gear. And Core are trying to show they are the dominant ones of the Rework Esport teams. Scoring the Hondos, sieging the main pad. Tunner, we have our EUL Masters champions.
Bro, it seemed impossible. 7 times these teams have met. 7 times Core have taken the victory over Gear. We heard Ickless. They felt like they had it in this final competition. But no, it's Esport Core going to the central area here. They know they've taken the victory. They have been the undefeatable champions throughout the entirety of this league. Stand proud, guys. You deserve it, if not anything else, as they take EUL Masters to the top. Core are your champions.
Absolutely fantastic. A photo finish that Gear was trying to spoil as well. Mom, get the camera. Let's meet up in the middle. Absolutely nothing, and I mean nothing, was going to stop Azalito, Cascade, Dodo, Aaron, and Beru from taking this champions title. They have been consistent throughout the entire season. They have been on the top the entire season. They have waited in that grand final slot for their next competitor, and they said it wasn't enough. We are your EUL Masters champions.
Oh, what an absolute pleasure that was to watch and cast. I do believe we will talk about that game as well, as we can see the champions on screen. Let's bring back Husky. Let's bring back Night Terror. What a game that ended up being.
Yeah, I mean, who could have thought, right? Who really could have thought? Yes, I have to agree that Rio Esports Core's team was really fundamentally better as a whole, but there was something that was clicking in with Gear just that last round. And I mean, what can I say? I mean, Husky, if you're muted or not, let's take a peek into what you think.
Yeah, I was in fact muted, and I was kind of
I knew
confused as to why I was muted. Yeah, that was quite a game. I think that during my way too long yap session from before the game started, I think I was kind of saying it, like, Core's comp is going to be really difficult to take down. And, I mean, Gear put up a fight. Look at those damage numbers. But Rework Esport Core, that game was all them the entire time.
Right, I 100% agree with you here. Let's take a look a little bit more in depth with the stats again. I don't know if you caught that because, you know, muted. But, you know, I think it's interesting to see how this one is gonna, you know, speak for itself here. You can see how it was very even across the board here for a very long time, hovering around 162 to 123 for either each of the teams, respectively. And then a sudden jump when they hit Groudon. They worked for this, they waited, and all of a sudden they just exploded points back into the goals.
Yeah, I mean, what a game that was. That was just the all-out brawl that I wanted for the final game. It was well fought by Esport Gear. They did take a game off of them, but Esport Core, a force to be reckoned with for sure, and they are your EUL Masters champions. But yeah,
yes.
What a game.
I don't think I could have said it better myself, Husky. It was just kind of how it panned out, how the cookie crumbles, as they say here. As we take a look at the replays, you can see how their positioning to go into fights was so much more confident. Also because of the level difference, right? Even here, when they were a little bit more even, how they engaged first, how they got the Reggie Lucky here, and then they pushed their lead.
Yeah, I mean, there was so much fighting, and I think that what I had said before, like, funneling experience into so many different Pokemon is just a really difficult thing to do to set yourself up for a proper end game. So even though this Metagross looked good, even though they were able to get online, they were able to have some pretty good fights, it ultimately, Esport Core was just so strong the entire time.
Right. And you can even tell how they continue to plan it out. There were fights that felt like Gear was on the footing, right? See, when Palma jumps in here, big damage across the board, but just not enough damage for them to be afraid, because they're like, alright, you chunked like 3 people, but like, shield.
It's just so much shielding. Metagross was pretty tanky, but let's take a look at this last fight again. I felt like there wasn't any time for Esport Gear to react. You had Buzzwole just obliterating everybody the entire time, and the Clefable, like, what a Clefable game, honestly. Like, that was absolutely ridiculous. 145,000 healing, I believe it was. Absolutely insane game for them. But well, we've got everybody back here. Let's go. Everybody's back in the club. How do you guys feel about what we just watched?
These days to recover from that one, to be honest with you. It was, oh my god. Lobo, tell me, give me your run through, bro.
It was back and forth, and I think I say this with Unite all the time. I think a lot of the time, viewers, people, they always just look at the numbers, the points in victory, loss, the KOs, etc. It doesn't tell the whole story of the entire set. These games were so incredibly close from back to forth. But again, it was just pure domination coming through. The com round in game 3 with the Ho-Oh ult, the Rekindling Flame was absolutely massive. This game, though, was built on the back of just the cohesion and everything else that these rework teams have. You can see that they have the core fundamentals together. Both teams play so similarly, but they have so much difference when it comes to their comps and styles. Again, they express themselves in such different ways. Absolutely incredible grand finals.
I mean, Dodo expresses himself by banning out the Gengar, and I'm not sure I'm okay with that expression. But anyway, let's have a look at the bracket. Let's run through how we got here, what went on, have a look at our winners, our runners-up, our third place as well, because, of course, we've already mentioned this was 4 months in the making, chat. It was a monumental effort from everyone, so... Okay. Sorry, production's in my head.
Right. I mean, it's a lot of things to go through here that we are gonna try and, slowly make our way here. I think each of us have thoughts, right, Tano? I mean, it's been a long day, right? I mean, it's not as long as a few of other casts, but it definitely feels like years have been taken off me just to watch games like these, right? I don't think I would see them in my lifetime. Isn't that fair to say, guys?
Yeah, I would say so. It's one of those moments where it's like, how is this like not cinematic? Like, it is grassroots, it is like a grassroots situation, but when you look at this and you look at like the actual, official broadcasts, I think that's kind of like where we are.
Volumes, I would say.
But yeah, let's look at the MVP here of our final match. No surprises, it is gonna be Dodo.
In that one, the MVP, Dodo, for the entirety of this set, and to be honest, the entirety of this league, has been the #1 player on this team that just finds a way to keep their team in it, to dominate when they've got the moment, and that has been the difference for them. But I know you and me, Husky, we were like, Azalito was just monumental on that Clefable in that one as well.
Yeah, I could have given it to anyone.
Literally.
I mean, I also have to give a big shout out to Beru as well on that tank. Just the invades, the ability to actually make space for their team in the early games. It helped their team so much. And again, so incredibly hard to tie down, so incredibly hard to pin down. And a lot of the engages that Dodo was able to come in onto and engage on were built off the back. So for me personally, that's my MVP.
All right, see,
MVP
all
in
valid
our
points. Right. MVP in all. Now, MVP in my heart is not a player. I'm sorry.
We know what your MVP is. Okay.
Okay, name it. It's not Cascade. I just want to be clear.
I'm not naming the MVP because that's exactly what you want me to do. But I mean,
it's
again,
most valuable production. It's got to go back to Unity Clash. I'm so sorry, but without that, I think this would have been a show that it's just another show, right? I think that is fair to say. And
I want to take the time to at least say this here before we do any of our closing ceremony and whatnot here. But all of you here were amazing. I'm not the host. You know, Tama, you should say this. I feel embarrassed.
No, you're absolutely right. Listen, the grassroots scene of Pokemon Unite is the backbone of Pokemon Unite, as far as I'm concerned, especially from an esports side of things. And it would not be possible without an amazing group of people in every single region. By the way, I mean Husky's literally here from NA, Nightera is here from Asia. We've got some amazing people. Lobo's moved to EU from Australia. Okay, it might not have been for Pokemon Unite, but nevertheless, you've got to give
It was for Pokemon Unite. It was.
Oh yes, it was. It was 100%. So take that into consideration next time when you're looking at people. But yes.
So
Honorary
yeah,
EU.
a huge shout out to absolutely everybody. Before we get into the shout outs later on when we are ending, we need to have a look at the closing ceremony because you know production's not done with the amazing show we've had for you. We've got a video for you. Roll the VT. All our trainers, welcome back. Apologies, I said there was a VT. I was just having your leg. We do have an amazing, we do have an amazing interview here, though, and it's going to be none other than the legend that is Cascade, the champion, shall I say? That is Cascade. Welcome on in, buddy.
Hello.
First off, how are you feeling after all that, bro?
Crazy. I'm so glad of the games that we played today. The third game was a bit scary, and I lost the momentum. It's always scary, like you are leading the match, and then you see they take a win, and you're like, "Oh wait, are they about to reverse sweep?" No.
I get
game
it.
was crazy.
It's crazy game. My favorite players right there.
I mean, before I hand over to Naitara, what I want to know, Cascade, I mean, you're all amazing. I love you all so much. Rework in general have been the highlight of this league, especially Core. But why do you hate Gengar so much? Please tell me.
We don't hate Gengar. We hate Revenge Gengar. He's so good on Gengar. We're kind of afraid to play against it. So I'm sorry you don't see Gengar in finals, but that's how we play.
Valid. Well, I don't think we've had chance to see Revenge play Gengar most of this tournament because it continues to get banned from them. So it's completely understandable. Naitara, what have you got for Cascade?
I'm gonna say the exact same question, but with a different taste. Cascade, why do you love Mega Lucario so much? He plays so well. Ooh. It's so clean. It really is so clean.
It's just like so strong against bulky teams, and when there was a lot of stuns, like you may have a kind of hard early game sometimes, but in the end, if you reach level 11 kind of soon, you have a so good games against all this bulky stuff, all these tanks. So that's why I think Mega Luca is like a must-have pick on top lane.
Right, okay. I do have a proper question for you, though. I think especially since, well, welcome back from the league. I guess, what made you, or what was going through your mind as you're going through, like, that final match in particular? Especially since, there was a discrepancy. It was like 2-1 all of a sudden. It wasn't 3-0.
Yeah, and you mean what was on our mind, like in the last game?
Yeah, specifically the last game,
Well, we were like, okay, now there's a lot of Pokemon bans because of Fearless. So
right.
we have to very quickly find a way to pick early some Pokemon that all their counters are banned,
right,
or have already been picked. And do not let them take some of their best picks that have not been played, like Gengar and Sableye. I know you love Beecher Sableye, but we cannot let him play it now. So we have to ban some of their picks that we don't play, and we also then have to pick very quickly some picks that we play and they also play, like Buzzwole. I know Pool have a kind of very good Buzzwole. So I have to pick it very early because there's not much top laners left.
That's true. I mean, both the teams, you guys know each other very well. That makes a lot of sense. Alright, Tano, what about you?
Well, I believe we now have the MVP themselves, Dodo, on the line. Can you hear us, buddy? Maybe?
Yeah, can you?
No, he cannot. Oh, he can.
Well, listen. My question for you, Dodo, and we saw the rekindling flame in that game. What was going on in the VC when you saw that happen?
Which situation exactly? Again?
With when the rekindling flame popped off and everybody came back, and they ended up taking the game from you.
I just didn't recognize the whole Unite name.
Oh,
I mean, like it
That's my
was
bad.
weird because like it was my mistake because I ulted the Mew and not the O because we would have insta won then. So it was like I thought we could still win, but in the end we didn't have the right target selection, so we lost. But I think up to that point we played this game pretty good.
All right, I mean that's very fair, and I mean Dodo, you are arguably one of the strongest players. I wouldn't say best, because you do have. I mean, every player has weaknesses. You excel in going for skirmishes, and you take a lot of KOs very quickly with speedsters usually. If I were to throw you as a tank player, what would you do differently? I want to hear that actually.
It's kind of weird because I can play around the map kind of well, so I think the best thing you can actually do is like try and like get vision on me, so I can't really get on them unnoticed. So like, keeping vision is probably the best counter to that.
Right. Okay. So you think that the best play against you, if we were to play against you, is we need vision on you as much as possible. So I want to see Sableye fighting against you in the future. I'm just saying.
I need too much.
It's true. You leak too much. Yes.
All right. A huge thank you to you, Dodo. A huge thank you to you, Cascade, and a humongous congratulations to your squad in general. You have been such a highlight for the entirety of this league, and you really do deserve this win. So well done, guys. Congrats. Good run as well at the Gamers Assembly. It's awesome to see you, and have a great rest of your weekend, guys. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, guys.
That was crazy.
They grew up so fast.
Welcome back, peeps. What a hype interview. It was nice to see that they don't just hate the Gengar, they just can't let Revenge have it. I feel vindicated, Lobo.
I mean, I'm still going to ban out a Gengar even when we're on the same team because I just don't want you to play it. But that's okay. I mean, such fantastic players. They have such a good personality. They have a nice winning mentality, which is like to see. And there's positivity around the game. As much negativity as I say this game gets, we're all Pokemon fans at the end of the day. We all get to play as our favorite Pokemon. And whether you like it or not, it's a fun game. It's an exciting game, especially on the esports side. And the grassroots, mate, we just keep leveling it up day by day, event by event, cast by cast, session by session.
Facts. I don't think I've seen a production better than this one that we've just put on, if I don't say so myself. Let's have a nosy at the bracket, though, and just have a look at how we ended up here, and then we'll say a huge congrats to our winners, our runners-up, and our second runners-up. You can see the run that they went on here. Core were just undefeatable, taking down the Underdogs Phantom Forces, defeating Gear once again. I believe that was like the 5th time that they said hello to each other or something like that, and going into the grand finals to just have that run back again. We did hear for a moment there, Husky, that they felt like they were like, oh my god, we have just lost the game, we need to lock in big time here. So a bit of a shock that Gear managed to bring them at least.
Yeah, I mean, Gear is obviously a great team. We saw it in the winners finals, like, a couple weeks back, that they are a team that can hold their own, but they just haven't found that missing piece to take down Rework Esport Core. I believe that they can. I believe that they can and will do it, but at least for the time being, we have a reigning champion, the first ever EUL Masters League for Unity Clash. It's been quite a wild ride.
That it has. Here are our champions. Rework Esport Core, Azalito, Cascade, Not Dodo, Aaron, and Beru. A huge shout out to these legends taking that #1 spot for EULM. Let's have a look at our second place players, though, because they well and truly deserve the runner-up spot, at least. Rework Esport Gear, Nico, Ryatari, Revenge, Pool, and Frigo here. Brilliant plays from them. Just missing out on that gold medal, but silver is well and truly deserved, nevertheless. And I tell you what, Night Terror, you cannot compare these teams. They are such a big step up for EU here.
Right, I mean, ultimately, at the end of the day, these teams fought their hardest. And I don't just mean these teams as in the ones we see today, but over the weeks, we saw many teams come and go to reach our last team here at the very top, but we cannot overshadow any single one of them, because without them we wouldn't be here, and without these players they wouldn't have leveled up to what we have in this entire show today. It's a culmination of every team they fought and the strategies put together with the format that's in, that we gotta see what comes out here today, which of course, number one is both the Rework Esports having a spot at it, but also Supernova at third place.
Just waiting to see whether we've got a third place graphic for our third place team. Let's get that one up. Yes, we do. And I tell you what a turnaround Supernova had. They were second to last in this league before we said hello to the group stages. An absolute insane run after the mid-seasonal tournament. Sora, Stazerg, Teeps, Yikes, and Sean here. Well and truly deserved third place. They need to hold their heads high, Lobo, with immense pride.
Yeah, absolutely. They turned it around, my guy. It's always tricky when you bring a whole new roster together, but they seem to have gelled very, very quickly, and they put on some incredible performances. They took, they took the two Rework teams to the limit in the games that they played against each other. But again, this team is so new, and I hope the more that they go forward and they keep playing together, it's going to be incredible to see them grow.
Really, I feel like a very proud dad of all these teams, bro. After going through 4 months of intense action, genuinely feel like now that we're at the end of it, yeah, I'm welling up with pride. We've got a humongous amount of thank yous to say and shout outs to give. I mean, to our casters to kick it on off with as well. But I think, I believe we have an interview with the one and only amazing CEO of production, Shivam, are you there, buddy?
Ooh, hello.
People.
Fifth cam.
Chat. No fifth
face cam. Shivam,
Sorry.
face reveal. Hello.
My face is on Twitter.
Yeah, I know, but like, you know,
Yeah,
a
moving
live
face.
face reveal.
Apologies. No.
All right, no live face reveal for Shivam.
No.
Can chat hear you now? Are we good?
They can hear me.
Okay.
Amazing.
Hello,
okay.
Shivam.
Hi, Chad. Hi, Nitera. Hi, Tano. Hi, Husky. Hi,
Yeah.
Hello. It's not like he's been talking to us the entire time in our ears.
Yeah.
But the genius behind Unity Clash, the man behind the desk that makes us look and absolutely incredible every time. Tano, you're going to take away with the questions for our absolute fearless leader. Couldn't have done any of this without him. So take it away, because he deserves all the flowers that everyone is going to give him.
100%. I mean, I can't even put into words the amount of effort that Unity Clash puts in, and Shivam himself does, though. But Shivam, my question for you here, we're going to kick it off. Of course, we did EUL first. That was a momentous run through, and it was a lot of fun. And then we moved over to EULM, that kind of just stepped up everything from the teams, the way they competed, the production. Just, give us a little bit of an insight as to what it's like producing everything for EUL and then doing so for EULM.
Okay, EUL was basically the first time I did so much in a league. I learned so much, and because EUL's package, it's slowly built up, but EULM's package, I knew what we were doing. I knew what we need. And everything was, this is why during EULM, production was always so smooth. We knew what we were doing while doing a league, and we I think we executed it perfectly.
That's my producer.
I would completely agree. I think really amazing production, bro. I mean, the next question for me is what's next for Unity Clash after this? Because this has been the best that we have been. So what's the next step for you? Do you have a plan?
Asia.
Yeah, doing Asia.
Normal types to cast. Normal types to cast.
Basically, I pretty much left. I was gonna leave Unite, but then League started, and I knew players need something. So I really wanted to do this. I was like, so I saw that other regions. So I think a special shout out to Andy Porta. He's one of the heads in Latam. He reached out to me that, hey, do you want to do something together for Latam? And I was like, oh my gosh, don't push me. I was like, oh my gosh, I need to do ELM, I guess. I called my graphic designer. We're doing it. And
we're doing it again.
I literally just DM'd Tano that day. Oh my gosh, Tano, we're so back. I think you remember it. So for future, I think I really like this league format. This is why we stop a lot of monthly tournaments we do at Unity Clash. I think I'm gonna keep doing these leagues. UL will return.
Ooh. Ooh. Yeah. So Asia League. Yeah, Asia League. Don't forget. Yeah.
No, Asia. I'm sorry.
Casting my normal time, please.
I'm sorry.
Hey! I had to move country to cast on a normal time.
That's a you thing.
I had to move country to cast on a normal time. So you gotta make that kind of commitment.
You do. Night Terror, I believe you've got a question for Shivam next. Let it rip, bro.
Alright, I've got a personal question for you. Okay, I think I'm one of the most problematic casters you've onboarded. And I'm sure there are people who agree in this call. Hopefully not Husky, I think she hasn't casted me enough. But I want to know your thoughts whenever I ask you to zoom, enhance, and slow-mo it.
I love doing that.
How do you feel, everything?
I love doing that, you know? It's my job. If I don't
but like dive more into it.
Okay, I mean, I really love doing production, and of course, I love when it say zoom enhance. I love doing that. So don't worry. But you are problematic, yes.
Confirmation.
Confirmation.
And I love you.
It's not a good thing, but
what we all knew.
I always knew. But yeah, I mean, it's always glad to hear from the producer side of things whether they're enjoying themselves, especially since we don't get to hear a lot from you. That's kind of where the question comes from. And I mean, I hope everyone here who's listening, your production is not getting bullied, thankfully. I think maybe we have him at gunpoint in some basement and we're just telling him, you gotta make all these content, hurry up. You never know that. You just need to know that he's happy now.
Let's hand over to Lobo. Lobo, you do your question now.
So mine's not exactly a question. It's just more of a testament to who Shivam is as a person. I just want everyone to know that Shivam is young, and the fact that he's got all of these incredible graphics, this edited package, he's wrangling people that are much older than him and making them listen to him. He's got a level of authority that he just makes a production run smooth. So for me, it's not a question, but like again, there's always a voice when it comes to Shivam. He's able to listen, he's able to understand, and he's always trying to make everybody happy. Even with Tano and myself, he's helped us behind the scenes immensely. When it comes to other stuff, when it comes to Pokemon Unite, he is a wealth of knowledge that he has absolutely no hesitation in sharing. And honestly, the best productions I've ever been a part of with Unity Clash, and specifically with Shivam behind the producer's desk. So I really want everyone to understand that for someone so young, I'm not going to give you his age, but for someone so young, to be able to to handle all this incredible responsibility, it is a monumental task. And mate, I think for me personally, the grassroots, especially over here in EU, the grassroots that you've done international tournaments, you've helped out across all regions. I think the grassroots are built off of your back, and it is an immense pleasure that you continue to put your trust in myself as a caster, as well as the rest of us here at the Caster's Desk. And I think I hope I don't speak for myself when we say we absolutely love and adore you, and you deserve all the admiration in the world for what you are able to do.
I appreciate it.
Zoom and enhance Global's face here.
I mean, I love the zoom and enhance. Nitera's not the only one that likes the zoom and enhance. Every time I'm like, hey, Shivam, can you pause it here? He gets it right. He gets it right.
See, I'm not the only one.
Man is legit gonna clip that section and put that straight on his production reel, bro,
He
for
better.
everyone.
Wait, you mean of me or of Nitera? Because that was me on
Zoom
fine.
and hands.
No, 100%. I mean, we do need to end. So thank you so much, Siobhan, for coming on to the interview as well as doing all of this production in the background, buddy. Any final few words from you before we say goodbye?
Thank you so much, all of you. I think we had very limited talent this time. Like I wanted to keep like limited talent because it's a league, of course. So as you can see in the shoutouts, it's very so. Thank you so much, all of you, for doing this. I love all of you. I respect all of you so much. I cannot thank you enough for being here. Like it's just like today it was an amazing experience. I loved every single second of it. I want to thank Bridget. A special shout out to Bridget. Thank you so much, Bridget, for
Bridget mentioned.
Bridget mentioned, yes.
Thank you so much, Bridget. Bridget covered a lot of our events as well, and she was here as guest in the starting for our pre-show. And so thank you so much, Bridget, and thank you so much, all four of you. You guys are amazing. Love you, and thank you to all the viewers who watch. Thank you.
We did it, Tano. We made him cry. I heard it. I heard the break in his voice.
I did.
We got it. We got it, mate.
We succeeded.
We succeeded, but I think we should wrap it up, Tano. You give us our shout-outs. Take us out.
Of course, a humongous shout out to all of our talent that has covered this entire EULM. Of course, Nitera, Husky, the legend that is there right now, Lobo as well, Bridget, of course, Alex, Jonathan Hyde, Steel Agent Kyle, and Magical as well, who literally came back to casting Pokemon Unite just for us, by the way, chat. So a humongous shout out to all of that talent. Our observers, we could not do this without the people on the cams, sometimes double cams, by the way. Bina, Rosanda, Nats, Tiddly, Pasta, and of course Shabam, who also has been doing the observing. Producers, the legend that is Shabam again, and Diolo. Replays up today was Pasta, so another shout out to that legend there. And we can't go without saying a huge shout out to our co-streamer, Palette, who is also the manager of Rework. So a huge shout out to that legend who managed to take it all the way. That's pretty much it from us. Any final few words from you guys? We'll start with Nitera. We'll go all the way around.
I mean, it's been a blast casting Pokemon Unite. I also actually almost wanted to make EUL my last event, especially with Grassroots. And then Shivam called me. So it's definitely a joy to always be around, and so long as Shivam's going to be doing these, and of course with all of you by my side, you are not side characters, just to be clear. But I would love to carry on doing Pokemon Unite, and of course we hope to see a lot more of this happening on, and of course with all of you. I'm not going to cry this time.
We'll hand over to Lobo. Any few words from you, buddy?
Mate, the minute Shivam comes calling for Unity Clash, I'll be there. We love this game. We love everything about Pokemon, and it's such a fun time. It's never a dull time behind the scenes in this voice chat whenever we're on break or whatever. And casting it feels incredible. It's such a good moment in life right now. So very fulfilled, very thankful, and yeah, love you all very, very much.
Aww, I love you too.
Husky, any final few words from you?
Yeah, I mean, thank you guys for having me. I've kind of backed off a lot of responsibility for casting. I'm working full time and everything. And God, students can be exhausting sometimes.
I agree.
I appreciate the faith in me to still be having me back for some of these events. It's always a wild ride. I appreciate it. And of course, big shout outs to everybody. I love casting with every single one of you. I hope to continue to do that in the future for as long as this game is still running.
And that is it from us, chat. Have a good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you are. Keep a close eye on those socials because EUL will be back. Bring in the Avengers thing that says we'll be back. We will be back very shortly. Have a good morning and evening, afternoon. As I said, we'll see you later. Bye.